Welcome to session number 3 of our run through Super Discord Brothers 6. This is a 58 level community collaboration that is all traditional and all in the SMP3 style. The 6th installment of such world scale projects dating back to Mario Maker 1. And the second one that is all SMP3 after the original edition many years ago back in 2017. So we have so far for a traditional world progressed pretty slowly through this in order to dig up what secrets we can. Every level has 3 10 coins, a 30 and a 50, and some of them have an additional secret room that sometimes says SDB 6 or just 6. We haven't been able to catch every single one of the secrets. Notably, we spent way too long last time on 5-4 Winding Wisps and covered most of it, but still couldn't account for one locked door near the end. And we've been missing some other things besides, I'm sure. But we do try to be relatively thorough, and at the pace that I've been going, we have 4 remaining worlds, 6, 7, 8, and 9, and there is some likelihood that we'll just get through 6 and 7 today if the pace of the last stream, where we only got through 4 and 5, is any advance indication of where we're headed. So let's begin with 6-1 Astral Ascension. Incidentally, SDB6 was launched alongside a very comprehensively built accompanying website that I have linked in the chat. It has an interactive map that you can use to basically operate the meta layer of the game, where you're able to track your lives and your collection bonuses and so on. We're not exactly playing to the map, but we are going to look over each of the expanded level descriptions as we've been doing so far, because there is this continuous story that's going on that has a canonical protagonist for each world, which in the case of World 6 is going to be Toad. And strangely enough, a gender-neutral Toad, by the looks of it. Just like his last experience, or I guess in this case their last appearance a couple worlds prior, in World 3, I believe. So, Astral Ascension. When a song in their heart, Toad begins the long ascent into outer space. Each jump seems to cry out in harmony with the universe, each leap a note in a symphony of the history of Toadkind. This is what Toad was born for. Let's see it. World 6, Cosmic Caves. The clear rates have been pretty high across the board. Most of them at least in the 10 to 20% range, as you might expect for traditional, but we actually have nevertheless been taking quite a long time per level, usually about 20 minutes per level, sometimes more, just because we've been coming through them for secrets pretty thoroughly, and also because of the scale at which these levels have been built, which has been quite considerable. This has been a project for levels that are themselves many times the size of what you would have seen originally in SMP3, where everything was rather brisk and truncated. We saw a whole bunch of piranha plants up there, but I don't think any of that is going to be meaningfully reachable. I think that's almost certainly just decoration. I should not have touched that. Oh well. Kind of wonder almost if that coin is just obtainable as a coin, or if we can bounce here for something like a block underneath. No, didn't think so. We would have hit that by now. Anyway, oh, should have saved a shell for that 10 over there, because that's clearly the way that you're supposed to obtain it. But low gravity being what it is, we've got lots of options available to us. And we'll try to keep the Fire Flower, because we don't know what it's going to be relevant for. Luckily, we do have a little bit of visibility coming down. Yeah, the 10 there requires a shell, obviously. Gratoffy, welcome. Glad you joined us right off the top today. Oops, and there you go. There's the Fire Flower gone already, which means that this will be something we can still coast over safely, remarkably, and we'll just grab that one up. And yeah, we just got going minutes ago at the beginning of World 6. We did eventually complete most but not all of the secrets, it seems, in that 5-4 yesterday. I didn't manage to get the key, but I did manage, in sticking with it after you left, to find, I think, at least 3 more secrets or so that I hadn't seen previously. So we... Oh! Missing all the bounces here. So I'm glad we stuck with it for as long as I did, but... 30 coin... I think I did. I did everything except... Well, the thing that I knew was unaccounted for was the key coin. Rather, the key. And whatever was behind that. I don't remember which coin was which, to be honest. I do know that we found quite a lot in there. And eventually accounted for some of the passages that looked very suspicious. Yeah, 30 coin... Actually, no. I'm thinking about the room that it's in now. Yes, I am pretty sure I did get it. Because it's another pipe that I also didn't check early on, I also forgot to grab this with the shell once again. Anyway, Fireflower is to the left, but we know that Leaf is coming soonish, so... Mang, welcome, incidentally. Hope you've been well. And... let's keep going. Okay, this time we try not to make as much of a mess. And luckily, when you are falling down from a high point, the visibility of coin trails down below and other mechanisms like this donut block allowing a gentle drop are actually quite generous. So there is a lot of thought to not having the player be totally lost on the camera as you are headed way upstairs, which is often a problem with levels that build quite high. There's a section 5-4 that mirrored 1-1 upside down. I'm trying to remember now because I wonder if I picked up on that. Oh, trying to whip this. That was a miss. Yeah, I know the thing I was missing was the key, and that will hopefully reveal some information about what was going on. And yeah, we failed to take the flower here. Interestingly enough, if you take the leaf over here, you can't get through this. It has to be the flower. So we'll keep that in mind. This totally looks like a horse's face or something, right? 2 eyes and a lengthy snout. And we'll probably replay for that. Actually, let's just skip checkpoint for a moment. In case we have a chance to go back. Yeah, because that pipe can be re-entered, so... You definitely didn't when you played the first version? Oh, in terms of recognizing that that was what was going on? Okay, so this also requires Fireflower. It's probably just one up here, but... I'm just going to see if I can get a Fireflower and backtrack in this section. But it'll depend pretty heavily on how backtrackable things are. Big Shell here is going to punch through the blocks on the right side, so that's going to show some promise. Oh! Maybe not. That's a whole lot of nothing, in fact. Anyway, let's be mindful of gooms here as we make our way up. Big vertical climb in this section, it seems, 2 screens wide. Again, I guess that's the nice thing about the traditional layouts sometimes is that you have so much entity budget available, and also you have so many things that are not super dependent on spawn positions. I wonder if this was a flower. That you do have a flexibility to build this wide, just, you know, covering 2 screens wide and having a zigzag vertical ascent like we saw previously. So I lost the opportunity to get that as a flower, but if we do see another progressive flower up ahead, I will drop back down and see what we can do. And I wonder down there if this progressive power-up would alternatively have been Leaf, just given that there was enough of a track there to fly. Johnny Ray Ray, welcome. This seems like a bit of a flight point here, actually. It looks very much like you to be able to head up there. Let's not go through anything that seems one-way-ish. Like those clouds to the right just yet. Well, we won't get a progressive flower at this point anyway, but... oh, no, I didn't want to jump up there. That's fine. We'll do it anyway. Oh, I see. It goes around and then drops. Alright, we will have to redo this level then. There are too many secrets that we missed, and which were in fairly obvious locations. Check. 50 coin. Again, just surviving with the flower. So, in other words, in the first section, we don't want to replace the flower with the leaf, as far as I can tell. Anyway, some of this stuff looks, well, I mean, might be purely decorative, but I kind of want to check, and unfortunately won't reach anything here. Nope. Maybe not. Anything? Of course, we're going to check. Nope, seems like a whole lot of nothing. Unless, of course, you had to catch the whole sequence early enough to go above the goal in the top right. Let's see if we can re-enter this pipe and try again with a fresh set of spawns and a note blocks. So yeah, rather brisk level. We have less than a minute left on it, but what we will do is just try to catch more note blocks. See if there's anything closer to top right. I don't think there is, but we are going to redo this one quickly for all of the Fireflower passages, just to demonstrate. I don't think anything is particularly hidden here, but there's a lot that is worth checking. So yeah, that single column that we saw near the last section in the bottom, rather the top right, that's actually a drop down that column. It's not going to be flying up in that single tile wide or anything like that, because we did see how the donut block and such are going to wrap around. Let's take this forward to that 10 coin we saw and totally miss it. That's okay. There we go. That's a little more accurate. Now we know there was a Fireflower all the way up top and we're not going to reach it. There's a section change that I can do here is to get that back. Let's see. Or we'll just come back. Or we could do a low gravity shell jump, which is not likely to happen. Yeah, we got that coin previously. So we know it's a Fireflower that's on the top left, and that seems to be the only flower in this section. The alternative, of course, is that if we get a leaf, we're potentially able to fly up there. Or we can just do a zone change and then come back. Oh, oops. Or we could lose that entirely. But if we get the other question block that was formerly the leaf, or on the other hand, if we die, then we can have another shot at the flower in the top left. So let's head back and pop this. Oh, and we'll try to get a better jump on those Goombas, because they are the ticket upstairs. There we go. And now we need to survive with this accurately. Those coins there almost seem like they're just there to remind you that you can melt them. And I'll just straight up miss. Okay, never mind that. See, this is how we wind up spending 20 minutes per level on the easy traditional levels, is because we start messing around like that. But let's pop this and head back to where we were. I do not yet have a flower, so I shouldn't attempt to shoot anything. And let's go this way. Yeah, we've seen that, so let's just keep things visible if we can. And just be careful not to bunch up too close to any of the gardening that we see here. And we'll just ride this down after the question mark there, which is just a 1-up. And yeah, the rest is just surviving with a flower, I think. That's all there is to it. I wonder if there were any alternative flowers to the one that we picked up, because it is a little out of the way. It's not the kind of thing you would come across in the normal course of the level, so I wonder if everything else was just a progressive leaf or something completely different. Okay, good, we were accurate in falling back down here. And we'll be able to make it through. And there we go, there is a pipe. And this is going to be something. A whole lot of fire that will need to be shot on the left side. So there's 1 up, and it is going to be a 30 coin as well. And yeah, we'll just pop some of this lattice here. And check the right side too. But yeah, just fancy bonus room, and then we have a door on this side, which seems like will give us some alternative way forward. Oh, it's just going to drop us here. Great, let's take checkpoints. Although, again, we want flower at the end though, don't we? So I don't know what the alternatives are for getting a flower yet, so I'm going to ignore the leaf for the time being. Although maybe that abandons the possibility of some... Oops. What do you think about this? You know what? Let's leave the Goomba. Come on, get over here. Okay. Can we? Nope. Missed. You know what? We'll just come back. That was momentarily clever. But the execution left much to be desired. It's probably just a 1-up, but I want to check it. And yeah, I guess there's a lot that you can fly up towards, since this is the big vertical ascent section. But on balance, I think going for flower rather than leaf is the right idea, given that we've only seen that one spot in the entire level so far that we know is going to get flower. And that seems to be the route to the 50 coin, due to the ice skate at the end, so... It helps, of course, that we found the flower immediately and didn't really have to hunt for it. And we'll just be extra cautious with the time that we have. So we can hit that 50 at the finish. And then... Oh, this is a tight spot almost. Maybe I should have saved that for a jump. That's okay. This is probably another leaf, yeah, as expected. So we'll keep the flower once again, because we sort of understand the power-up logic of the level at this point, that getting the flower at all is meant to be the advanced secret. And for that matter, playing without a leaf. And so, that includes bouncing over here for the 10. And there's more to come up above, as we know. And we also have to do this within the allotted time, which is its own complication. Whoops. Given how slowly we've been taking it. Yeah, because you do have to get to the 50 coin in one go, without depending on the time reset from checkpoint. But luckily, we're quite close to the end of this zone here, and I think that accounts for all coins apart from the 50 at this point, and we know where the 50 is. So, we'll have a Good clean run up top. And hopefully no last minute damage over here. Also, did we ever check the left side? Yes, well, the left side is where the 50 is. Of course we did. And then we'll have plenty of time to spare as we enter the last section. And get our Miiverse screenshot at the gold card proving that we completed the level with the flower intact. Okay, let's move on. Thank you for the GGs. Yeah, one clean run through all of the coins. I guess mine is the first one because we took it with a shell on another attempt. Let's move on to Plant Planet Panic. The website description says, "Did you think that Goom Rats were basically just grumpy little Goombas? Ha! In truth, they are extraterrestrial plant life forms with a mission to take over Discordia. Toad has infiltrated their moon base where they are reproducing rapidly, but is there anything they can do to halt their advance?" Alright. And yeah, I love this UFO with its abduction claw that's right here in the cover art. We'll be on the lookout for a lot like that. So, let's continue with 6-2. I see that in this world so far, Gratoffy knows all the speed routes. As the current world record holder. Oh, look at this UFO here, just kind of dropping that out. I don't think there's enough room down there, unfortunately, for me to do a drop and ascension into the pipe. It's very tempting to try, but I have to see how much room we have on the camera first, because it looks like that is actually the bottom of the layout, and it's just something cosmetic. On the other hand, see, this is one screen down to the arrow, 2 screens. Yeah, no, there's nothing below here. Oh, too bad, because it's so tempting to... Hang on. We have to try this. Oh, no. Not like that, obviously. It's probably nothing. The position looks untenable. Johnny River, you're panicking, yeah. Well, whoop. You kind of hit the corner when you do that, though, so there isn't really a good angle. And Gratoffy, you see from the death markers that others have tried. Yeah, I mean... I think it gives you just enough to work with here to show the player that you probably can't do this, but then the angle, particularly in low gravity, is interesting enough. It looks like it would be hard to curve into that, though. I mean, the pipe is probably nothing, so let's not tank the clear rate too much. It's at this healthy 20% right now. But, yeah, you would have to hit the Goom while it's kind of still on screen. It just doesn't seem to veer left enough. Maybe if we reposition this guy. Oh. It's gonna track. Come on. Hang on. Even if it's nothing, I kind of want to check. But yeah, that's really, really tricky, though. I don't really think the timing would work, particularly in low gravity. We can't really even slide in this position accurately, you see, but I don't really think the angle necessarily makes sense unless you have like a really shallow angle here like that. No, you just trip over the corners. It looks almost plausible, that's the thing. It's just slightly off. Oop. Yeah. Okay, let's not. Let's just keep going for now. But I wonder. It looks just out of reach. But I know I'm unlikely to be able to execute that, so let's keep going. Okay, let's get over here. Very strange to be in normal gravity again, after all the floating we've been doing. It's like strapping on our iron boots. Let's head up this way just to see. This would allow you to just jump over to, well, almost. Or you could just do this. And what do we have here? More cosmetic Goombas everywhere. And we'll try to keep the flower for whatever secrets it will reveal for us this time. But yeah, a lot of this is just a sort of aesthetic boundary. A very nice one, in fact. I'll give you something more naturally cave-like to look at than the usual round tile wall on the left. There's quite a lot going on decoratively past this pipe, in fact, as you ascend through the level, just as something entirely decorative. Oop. You should not do that, there's no real point to doing so. Nothing here, but flowers continue to be there. So far it seems to be the case that this whole project has adhered to the true traditional Mario style guide, wherein every power-up is progressive. And of course adhering to the Nintendo style checkpoints as well. And yeah, man, very Mario Maker 1, aesthetics outside of play boundary instead of just putting a scroll lock. Yeah, yeah. Particularly with these, you know, continuous open formats like this. And that's the thing that was really striking when I went back to Mario Maker 1 last year, was that because there wasn't a scroll stop, just how much more flexible the tiling was between different areas of a level. And that to make the levels maximally dense, people would basically be, you know, clicking them together like L shapes or something. Oh, but we completely missed the opportunity to get that 30 at all, didn't we? I couldn't quite tell what was the optional route and which was the standard one, but unfortunately we did miss the 30. Yeah, that was just guessing incorrectly. We should have actually gone back to check before we went through anything that was clearly one way. Also, this looks like it's implying that somewhere it was possible to pick up a leaf. Or something like a speed route. I'm just going to check around here a bit more, hang on. Nope, just a 30 here. Yeah. There were a few rules that everyone had to follow, but there is an exception from time to time. Yeah, I mean, if it's mechanically necessary. But I definitely noticed a lot of the Nintendo standardization going on. Let's go back for that flower, that's why we left it. In case of emergency. Okay. Oh. And let's see here. One up. Yep. Fairly natural location to check. Look at this little ground tile doodad here as well. That just points to it. Definitely no accident. You can tell it's no accident because of the way that all the other ground tiles are totally stripped of doodads. That, if you notice one, oh, we knew that was down there. Why do we do that? Then, well, I guess we'll have to take another point. Anyway, we shouldn't run ourselves out of time too quickly here. Nope. This looks tricky to get out of. I don't know if the bottom tile gives me enough distance there either. I hope that's not just an SD lock under those conditions. I wonder if there was a way out safely. Anyway, whoop, no. Run into that. Yeah, so you're saying all power-ups should be progressive, mushroom always on checkpoint, yep. Almost all question blocks have 3 tiles of space between the block and the ground, yep. A lot of things that kind of come naturally to the traditional format when you play it, which you really notice when people don't get it right. And okay, here's the 30 coin we were talking about earlier. Just now we bothered to check it. I definitely had that experience when opening up Maker 1 for the first time, was just having a lot of moments of thinking, oh, does this feel right? Does this actually have the right tile spacing? Because these are things that you just process subconsciously without actually counting the blocks until you get into Maker. Oh, no, hang on. Bad idea. One thing that was kind of noticeable too, that fell by the wayside with everybody putting in their checkpoint mushroom checks back at Maker 1, just to strip the player of power, is just how much Nintendo designs everything to be doable damageless. Which is something else that separates a great deal of the traditional experience from concepts that are more specifically dependent on a power-up state. And okay, once again, we still don't know what's going on with these blocks in the middle here. Very possible that we've already missed something like a leaf or even a P-switch. Was mushroom automatic on checkpoints in Maker 1? Yes, yes, and that's why everybody had the mushroom check, where they had to, if they had a concept that was broken by the super mushroom, then they all put the grinder blade or spike tile or whatever else there to control it, right? So that was one of the most distinctive things, I think, about it, going back to Maker 1, was that you just run into the mushroom checks everywhere. That almost became Maker 1's standard. But for traditional purposes, I think Nintendo always had the right idea when it comes to do the checkpointing. Oh, nope, that's nothing. I think I hit the up input, but you don't really get a pipe entry out of that I can tell. You do get this lovely goom split there, though. We will, of course, try to check the clouds on either side. I don't know which side will be the one that is relevant here, but either one, it seems. So let's just check this as well. There's nothing. It's already at the top of the screen, so let's go. And of course we'll check the left side because, you know what, let's get back into this so we can reset the position. There we go. We've been abducted. And that's the cover UFO. And I guess we'll just try to float down accurately and stick the landing. Yeah, very decoratively striking, especially on that left column. We were nowhere near the speed route. I guess we never did figure out what was going on with the 3 regular bricks that were in that column that seemed to be a shortcut. That's the only thing, so possibly we missed some things. But let's move on to Parabeetle Pests by the backwards cockatiel here. I don't know how this handle is pronounced. Leta cock or whatever, but I immediately saw that this is the word cockatiel backwards. Because I just noticed that kind of thing. A protracted construction schedule and quagmired funding have led to neglect and poor maintenance of these in-development cosmic caves. Now they are used only by dangerous pests. Can Toad dodge the pesky parabeetles and munchers as they make their way to the other side? Let's find out. Interesting that if you look at the 6-3 room that you have a question block in the dash, but I don't see any way to actually get in that room. I don't see a pipe entrance or whatever, so... Anyway, let's go. Okay. Yeah, interesting idea as well with the UFOs there to put in the cosmic part of the Cosmic Caves theme. Implemented that way with a little bit of level artwork. Oh, I guess, yeah, so in the end I didn't really know for sure if the pipe at the entrance UFO could actually be entered. I was assuming no, but you never know. Now, why would we want that? Oh, because it goes way further up, okay. And why would we want to come down here? Because there's a shell to hit there, but we can't really grab any other buzzies here to break it. So let's just head on up. And ride this up. And see what's going on here. Yeah, interesting use of the arrows here as well as the bridge supports. Burying the arrows like that. We will, of course, check pipes. That's nothing. Let's let the buzzy pass. And drop it into the claw. Just... Oop. Nope. I knew that was going to be a problem. We should have just written it up. And take this as well, just in case it's usable for something. This was a natural thing to check, but I think we need to land it. Oh. Actually, there we go. Ooh, very nice. And where is this going to dislodge itself or drop? Let's just take it as a special delivery. And if we take it, then I guess we'll take it into the next area, but I wonder if there's anything reachable here. Yeah, a very nice little delivery mechanism. I guess we have to take it forward with us. And then we'll see what it's usable for. Maybe it's something we have to escort to the very end. Which also means we won't be firing that flower. 50 coin up there. Oh, that's a natural candidate. But that would be if we ride a buzzy pretty far up, I think. Oh, that almost was accurate. It's just that it slid off because, of course, you don't have that momentum transfer of objects in Maker 1 that you did in 2. There we go. And that's the solution to the 50. Nope, let's try to drop in a little bit sooner here. Okay. Oh. Oh. That was a bit of a miss. That's okay. And this is a little perilously close. Can't really see where I'm going here either. Whoops. Let's compress. right up. Who knows what else the spring will be useful for, but we'll find that out as we go. Also, let's pop this. Maybe I should have dropped off that Buzzy. I guess if we go back to the left, we can try to ride another one up. Given the nature of this mechanic, I'm pretty satisfied with how traversable back and forth, left to right this level can be. Whoops. Compress. Come on. Down we go. Let's head on up this way, and then tap it down. Okay, not the best, but we made it. Couldn't climb on the vines exactly, but cool. Oh, much for that. And you know what? Luckily, we don't need that. We've got the spring. Alternate solution achieved. This pipe down here looks suspicious, I was about to say, but then this muncher decided to creep up. It still looks suspicious. Unlikely, though. Yeah, the timing doesn't seem to work for any kind of entry. They're certainly not going to chance it when we're small. But let's see about that one question block over here, with the time we have remaining, which is not much. "45 seconds, that's okay. Everything's going to jump over here, and then we'll ride us out on the left. Right down there, that seems interesting, or is that just more Buzzies? It's just more Buzzies. We're going to run out of time, I was about to say, but then this is a pipe that gives you a 10. And then we're going to die at the 10. Okay, too bad. So we lost the spring, but we'll go back to without it. Unless we see a compelling reason why we need to escort the spring that far at the end, in which case, of course, we would try it. Yeah, Gratoffy backup spring stats. I mean, you know, that's the other thing that Maker just gets you into the habit of doing is just keeping your held objects everywhere. I mean, I guess we could try to do it the standard way. Oh, but then that would require me to not die in the shell. It's pretty clear, you just bounce on it at the coin. And yeah, that's not working out. That's okay, we got it previously. I do wonder about that pipe. That's okay, let's try to make a grab for that 10 coin that we saw, as long as we don't do that. And that. That's okay. Plenty of things to try. Again and again. There we go. Look at that. Both solutions now achieved. Whoops. And we'll try not to get sniped over here. Or here. And then it was a power-up up here, wasn't it? Yes. Oh, and then we just lost it. Okay, fine. Now we do know there is that 10 down here, which we'll go for in a moment when we don't do that. And perfect timing, yeah, thank you for joining us in this level. We have been enjoying it. I took the spring all the way over here, but unfortunately we started taking deaths, and so definitely keeping my eye out for whether it will be useful for anything else. We previously used it to grab the 30 coin when I flubbed the shell the way I just did. And then down we go. And yeah, I was about to say, oh, maybe I should just call you Leta because that's what Gratopi also just did. We were saying at the beginning of the stream that I wasn't exactly sure how to say your name, I just noticed it was Cockatiel backwards. And that would just go with that. And, okay, so let's not die to the Buzzies in the bonus room this time. That would be a rather embarrassing thing to do twice. But of course, it's kind of a bonus game in itself to grab the 10 and get out safely. Oh, let's be careful here. A lot of flexibility to how you move about this level, of course. We'll check that pipe in a moment. Let me check the left side first. Because that was clearly going to be something. Oh, it's a heart. Great. We've seen the heart. I think that's probably all here that I didn't previously, but let's see. But let's check this just in case. Yeah, there's the big claw up here. Yeah, we saw everything here, so let's continue. And of course, you actually could have ridden up to the top pretty quickly. So, lots of speedier, more direct routes possible all over the place here. Feels like we're supposed to release that shell to ride it up, but I don't think we actually need to. I think it's just there as a little thematic extra at the end. So yeah, we can account for the 30 and 50. I wasn't really counting the 10s, but that was a lot of parabeetles. So thank you for the GG. Let's continue. Paxman. The notorious criminal Paxman, as we've come to call him since the trailer for his segment in 6YMM, which was also themed after the 1993 Super Mario Bros. Film. Anyway, there's some deep Paxman lore for you. Paxman used to stream some behind-the-scenes making of segments for some of his more elaborate levels as well. And so he was one of the makers who would always take the time to do that, would release big projects that were mechanically complex. Thank you so much for the follow. And oh yeah, Paxman is here. Okay, I didn't even notice until I had already spoken about your notorious criminality, but streamer, play your level, I guess we have to. Mole Magma Mine. Boom Boom established a mine to harvest magma and hired a bunch of moles to run it. But why does he want magma, and do the new job opportunities he created for the underprivileged Monty Mole tribe justify it? Despite the moles' pensions and union benefits, Toad assured Boom Boom is up to something nefarious. Yeah, Paxman, seems like we raised a signal just by imminently entering your level. Let's take a look. Look at his Monty Mole just, you know, saying, come any closer, and the Buzzy Beetle gets it. Dangling in front of him like he's pretending to be a fishing boo or something. Okay, more caves. And whoops. I'm, of course, looking at a semi-solid and wondering. Would be tricky, I think. No. On the other hand, if the moles jump up and ambush me... It looks like ground tiles on either side of top, though, which means that it probably isn't accessible and would be a lock if it were. Because ground tiles on both sides of the ceiling there. On the top row. So, no, it is accessible because this is just here on the lower half. I guess we can expect more built up top that we haven't seen yet. I should maybe proceed a little more cautiously than that. No, we just need to jump over to Spike as we're crossing on the claw. The sensible way. Yeah, this is just here for the coins, I guess. And Fire Flower. There we go. Now we can set the moles on fire. Oh, nope. This got caught by the backswing. Paxman, did I play UFO 50? No, I haven't gotten around to it yet. I've had a lot of people mention it as something I should save for a streaming experience at some point. Yeah, there seems to be a lot of interest, not only in playing the game, but also seeing it played, because I know there's some kind of meta puzzle element to it, but I've been remaining cautiously unspoiled in case I get to it. It's way on the back burner for me, though. I have a lot to get to before that point. I missed the opportunity to get to 10 over here, at least it seems so. But we can... Oh, nope. I was about to say right up here, but you know what? Okay, never mind. That almost worked. Hang on. Okay, there we go. First of all... And then... Oh, nope. You know we're going to try this because it's traditional Mario and I'm absolutely not a Kaizo player. But... Hang on. We only have so many attempts before we'll just die to that or die to this. And yeah, Paxman, like I was saying, a lot of people have indicated to me that they think UFO 50 would be a good fit. I'm not really set up to stream off my PC right now, that's the only thing, just for performance reasons, but that will hopefully improve soon. And then we'll see. Oh, come on. I lost all the moles here, too. We actually have to catch the swing this time. Stabilizing it is actually much more successful. We know there's just a 1-up on the question block. We've seen it at this point. We can try for it again, though. Just to prove it. And we'll do this the easy way. For once. And that's just more flowers, as we knew already. Oh. Hey, we got it. Should have left that flower. Anyway. Up we go. Now, this is interesting because to get up there, there's a potential P-switch toggle, I think, but then other things might happen. Like, I mean, looking at the column that's underneath this Buzzy here, it looks like it's supposed to come up and run a bit, but... Ritavi, you can't help but want to rock back and forth in every claw for fun. Yeah. I get the feeling. Whoops. That's a bad idea. Because I feel like there should be a P-switch toggle. It's pretty heavily implied. So maybe that door is even the main exit, and then we'll just... Here, on the other hand, maybe this just rolls on down, but then we have nothing to get to. Unless... Yeah, let's continue to explore, because I feel like that's something that's still unknown, unless of course we're supposed to fire a shell there, which is always possible. Let's see if there's a reason to backtrack, because maybe there is. Yeah, there is a reversal with a P-switch. I feel like I shouldn't have bopped him. Okay. Less complicated than we made it out to be, but here, that should be within refresh range. I don't know, timing-wise, if we can actually go for the 50 coin and the exit on the same run, just because we're taking a bit of extra time on the P-switch activation, but we'll try something like that. Okay, there we are. Don't know if we need this guy for anything. Better we just leave him, I think. 50 coin. Oh. Alright, close, but I guess... no, hang on. We do, in fact, need to jump. We just saw that. And we need to jump immediately. Let's not dawdle here while thinking too far ahead. Okay. Yep. Right on the jump. We'll tap this, and then this is mostly just an obstacle mole overseer. So yeah, like I was saying, it doesn't look like it's that feasible. Yeah, it is. To take the 50 coin and go straight for the door. Now, I feel like we're supposed to activate something that gets me up here, unless it was supposed to take a spring here, or for that matter, have a leaf. It could be that this question block is a leaf, in fact, and then we would... Oh, never mind. No, it's a mole. And we'll grab that. This is just here to get you to stop and slow down, I guess, in time for the mole to give chase. Okay, 10 coin. Surely there's going to be a mole that gives me that, yeah. I actually need it as it's coming out. I hope the door is reversible. It might not be. Also, sliding through here is a bad idea. Yeah, otherwise that's our only crack at it. 30 coin, that's obviously just going to be a bounce with the shell. Once we get it. Okay, and then let's go back and try to do this. 10, there we go. So we don't have to consider trying to shell jump off of this or something. And we are, of course, going to take an extra shell, because we can. It's going to wake up and totally punish me for this. And, oh, I was going to try to reacquire it, and that's okay. Don't need it. And, whoop, don't need that either, thankfully. I don't know if we missed anything here, like a warp whistle up top or something. Hey, it's a boom boom chase. And then, oh, yeah, we probably should have started shooting. Maybe should have considered that. It's like, oh, right, we can shoot him. Oh, and we'll have a boom boom fight across these platforms. Okay, didn't really have a good way to get out of there. The angle I had. Nope. A little too ambitious. But you can initially damage him for a point as he's doing the chase. If you grab the flower. Oh, look at all these moles. I didn't even see that previously. Anyway, he's going to scroll over here. Very nice transition into what becomes a more standard Boom Boom style room. There's the key. Unfortunately, we don't have a flower for anything like a bonus at the end that would be gated behind ice, if there is such a thing. And there isn't, so we are just fine. And out we go. Back out of the mine shaft. As we could see with the decoration behind the gold card over there. Thank you so much for that, Paxman. Glad to have you here live to witness it. Okay, Moonbase Mole Mine. So, getting through World 6 pretty briskly, actually, compared to some of the earlier ones. Because we spent so long secret hunting in World 5 yesterday. So, Moonbase Mole Mine here by Rich or Ablaze. Safety regulations, hot. Sorry, not on this moon. This looks like hot on this moon when I read the typeface. The Mario typeface. Safety regulations not on this moon. On Moonbase Mole Mine, many Monty moles are manning massive machinery to mine for money. Luckily for Toad, the mole's carelessness opens an opportunity for them to get away with their pockets full of lunar loot. It's interesting that the level description just runs out of M words halfway through. Let's take a look. Yeah, and the thing about the World 5 secrets is that we definitely didn't 100% them in the end. To our eternal shame. And, oh, something's up there. I mean, this is enough flight distance, I think. Or is it? I'm not really building up that much P-speed, so we'd have to go from elsewhere, perhaps. Is this going to toast the ice for me? Yeah. Pitch shift, you're welcome. Oh. Needed to just jump up slightly higher in order to do that. I don't think we'll get it back, unfortunately. Oh. Not like that, obviously. That was not intentional. Pitch shifter, we have a pinned message up top, but in case you don't see it, there is a profile that under liked courses, it has liked all of the courses in order, all 58. And I do highly recommend just looking at the full website, though, because it is beautifully put together. Looks like you have to drop back in here after going up the claw on the right side. Up here, so. There we go. Climb. Oh, on-off switch, okay. That's not what I expected, because I thought maybe I'd get something on the left. And actually, it looks like... First of all, there is a pipe that you can exit towards, but that's perhaps the conveyor belt. It gives you something when you reverse it, so... Is it going to drop anything? It drops a platform. Or rather, a track drops a platform. And we don't know what a conveyor is for, but we'll go back there and we'll find out. Now that we've taken off the safety. Oh, whoops. I am, of course, seeing if we actually could wrap around here. And we can, but it doesn't give you anything. Oop. And yeah, the levels, for those unaware, have been steadily coming up since September of last year in various versions. But it was just a week or two ago, I think, that the whole package was finalized in terms of having the website and everything else officially launched. So this is our third session with it so far. We've been taking it pretty slowly. I feel like we need to jump up towards this to spring over here. We don't want to embarrass ourselves by missing this kind of mechanic when, you know, Meng is here in the room with us to know for certain that we have every reason to be familiar with this mechanic. There's the 50. And there is 150. And what happens when we drop in here? Nothing, but we tried. Notice too that you get a forced state switch that turns everything back on at this stage, and that you have to keep things on in order to progress a little further to the right. It seems so anyway. Yeah. I'm of course thinking, oh, is there some way to remotely activate that switch and, you know, toggle it after we pass through the gate? No. No bombs or anything of the like. Interestingly enough, though, I mean, I'm sure this is just decorative and we're not actually getting a fire flower, but if you had a fire flower, you could sort of cut your way back to that, and from that point on, get where you need to go. That was a bad idea, but we'll grab this anyway. I was, of course, wondering what is optional and what is required here. And perhaps getting under the swamp is optional. But I wasn't quite sure. Yeah, 10 coin. One thing you'll notice as well is that with the power-ups being traditional style, and with the Podoboo being conveniently caught there so it doesn't just bounce up and down for the rest of time and toast my feet. What was I about to say? Yeah, one thing about the power-ups being in a traditional format as well is that as progressive power-ups that all come from question blocks, you're not really getting things like required power-ups that are loading in through pipes or anything like. I wonder if this is a death spot or if it is actually a way to go further down. I'm not clear on this, but I don't see a reason to believe it's safe. Which is not to say we shouldn't try it, but it definitely makes me wonder because we did go through that previous swamp. Oh, whoops. No, hang on. Bad idea. Okay, back to the start, but we've seen the whole sequence up top, so we'll bypass it for the moment. And then, yeah, this was 10 coin down here, and then you can work your way back up. Lovely fire pattern here, just nudging the question block and bouncing back at the right time. So we could have taken that lift up, but would we have preferred it? I'm not sure. Well, it would go back up to this side, so no, we wanted to stay on the right side here anyway. Okay, I'm jumping too early there. Before I'm actually on the red block protruding from the conveyor. There we go, much better. And then, contrary to what I just said, you do occasionally get some special power-up delivery, and in this case it is the fire flower. Now, of course, we're going to go for trying to open up the passage to the on-off switch. And we'll see if we can get out of here after doing so. Is this going to come up? Yeah. That might even be the required path for all I know. But we're going to open everything up here and we'll see what happens, because, yeah, naturally the first thing that came to mind when I saw this passage was that the on-off toggle is reachable. Because, oh, not anymore it isn't. Because it's a ground tile, and wait a minute. Oh yeah, that's right, it's a ground tile, so never mind, we actually can't do that. We would have to have some kind of remote activation of it, and we don't have something like a bomb to work with, so I guess not, so. Didn't even think about the wall there is something that we couldn't get over. That's okay. It's just that single ground tile on the ceiling, too. And, you know, it's actually easier to go below. I'd just rather not mess with it. And now we've opened this up. So this will be comparatively quick. Now, why this pipe over here? It looks like it's an exit. Possibly an exit after a state switch toggle. We dig our way back up. Because, yeah, I bet this goes back to the other side and that you're supposed to toggle and reverse everything, and then you also have the moles all mobbing you when you've released them from their excavators and such. We need to not eliminate all of the ground here. Or anything reckless like that. I'm wondering, of course, if I can carve a passage that goes above without overdoing it, but I think whoop. Gotta just play this safely for the moment. It kind of looks like you could cut your way up top, though, if you're careful enough. So, for example, if we just don't do too much, then we just open this up. Then okay. And then this would allow you to take the top road if you don't miss, and I missed. Okay, unfortunately, no more flower for us, but we did open up the passage, so let's see if we can do anything else here. Yeah, that's enough to get me through. And up top. And who knows what we missed beyond that, but there's a door to the left. And we'll see what that is. Oh, unfortunately we don't have a flower to take this, but we did spawn the bomb. That's interesting. And I guess if you do have the flower, then you would drop the 10 coin off the claw and chase it. But I don't have a flower, so we can't do that. If we can get a flower, though, then we will come back and try it. More 10 coins down. No, that is the same 10 coin down below. I kind of want to check the lower level just to see if we can get a flower, though. Hang on. Oh, seems not. Oh, but the bomb opened this passage up, so yeah, now we can get it. So even without the flower, we're able to traverse that. Oh. Never mind. And we got caught anyway. 66 seconds remaining, so not much time to work with. Anyhow. Yeah, we're going to start here, still in the on state, and unfortunately we do have to wrap around a long way this time. But we did at least show that we could get that coin, which is important. If we need to redo this level for a more concerted run with a flower, we'll do so. Because yeah, normally you'd just be expected to go up here, so we just took a very quick shortcut that didn't actually gain that much. I'll try to do the top route again here. Doesn't make much of a difference, in fact, but let's continue. So are we not reversing yet after all? I guess maybe after the next green pipe. So yeah, we were running pretty tight on time regardless. Oh. Sure, but I guess the POW is supposed to drop these coins for you. Including the 30 coin, but then if the 30 coin drops in, we would want the claw to pick it up. So we don't want to hit the POW until the claw gets a bit closer, and it's going to miss. That's too bad. However, we can respawn that. No, we can't respawn that because the coin drop does kill the 30, doesn't it? The way it normally kills a coin. Nah, that's too bad. Well, if we respawn a checkpoint at some point. Yeah, no, it definitely kills. I know that from puzzle experience. course, one thing we can try is... Yeah, we'll try to grab the 30 if we're back here at some point, but... Oh, I have made the POW unobtainable for me. One thing we can also do, just to test an alternate route here, is let's get the POW to drop a little late here. Good, and then what we do is build it this way. And then, oh, you see there was something. Because normally what we would want to do is just, instead of activating the POW, we'd just jump over here and jump towards the 30 manually. That's a much better way to do it. So I guess we'll pretend we got the 30. Now, taking a POW with us could be potentially interesting, so let's do that. This is meant to be a slide. Whoa, that's a lot of bombs. Okay. Wonder if we could have used any of them. So we didn't end up reversing through that blue pipe earlier after all, did we? And I wonder if it breaks anything mechanically you use the POW at any of these points. But oh, it looks like there's a top column that will get out of the way if you do reverse everything in the level, though. Fire flower in that location. Huh, interesting. And yeah, no, definitely there's a state switch toggle that can happen at some point, particularly if the segment up here connects to something further up in the vertical zone, which, given the camera scroll, I don't think it's doing that. Whoops, but let's just continue and we'll see. 10 coin down here. Yeah, there's a scroll break down here. There's a lot going on in this level. A lot going on in this level. I feel like there's definitely... Oh, state switch toggle available that we should head to. Like if you go down to 10 coin, then I wonder... There's a lot going on with all those bombs too, that's the thing. That we should be aware of. Lots of things to do and see in this one, yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, there's the whole blue pipe earlier that we could have reversed through, and I still don't know what is achievable with that. Why we would want to do it, but... Take the POW. And we should be aware of what's going on with the bombs, because I wonder if there's a location that would be worth bombing here. But we'll look at this carefully. It doesn't look like there's anything here, but... With the spike balls, I mean... Yeah, everything would just drop out, so... Level probably isn't that reversible past this point. But if you take that bomb, you can jump on top of the mole on the thwomp, and then if you do it with good timing, then you can actually head up if you catch it on the way down. We're still going to take the POW just in case, but yeah, we've seen the 30 coin at this point, so we'll just take the POW and continue. I think you just need to catch them all quickly. Oh, and yes, actually, if you can stop the thwomp. Oh, that's interesting, actually. If you stop the thwomp. How do we do that? Then it could have just gone back up, but... Interesting. But then it goes straight down. Oh yes, because it looks like it hits a hard block or something that it breaks but stops against, and so the thwomps actually do go a second time. I don't think I realized that previously. So now that we know that, we'll try to catch the moles on their way up. I think that's what's going on. Let's be absolutely clear about this. We'll just watch the thwomp behavior, because... No, it just goes straight through. So how did I stop it previously? If I jumped on the mole, for some reason it stops it on the stack. Does it really? Huh. Past that point, we can actually just drop a POW and then ride a POW up top. We can try it with this one. Okay. Well, okay, that's one thing that we can do. And then what if we drop the pump this way, then we can actually reclaim the POW. Notice as well the bomb on that side then, which I don't think this is reachable to us here, but on-off switch would do quite a bit, wouldn't it? Let's see. It looks like we would just need to fire at the bomb. Unless, of course, we damage boost through it and just whack it from below. Yeah, and actually the double stack thwomp there does respawn. Double stack thwomp, really. Oh, because it was previously spawn blocked, wasn't it, by the ice blocks? But it was previously spawn blocked, then maybe it just doesn't come down at this point. Although, I guess if you used a POW, that might have an effect. Whoops. On the other hand, it could be a side thwomp or something. Like, there's probably some way to get it out of the way, whether it's a vertical or a horizontal thwomp. Using the POW, for instance. We'll keep it just in case, but... I don't think I knew that the POW would just... or rather, the thwomp would just stop its descent if you tried to jump it like that, and like if you jumped to the mole on the stack. That seems like an interaction that we would have seen by now. Unfortunately, this seems like we can't reach the one-up spot anymore unless we... Yeah, you see? You just bop that and then you take a damage boost and go. Then, if we ride it down... Let's see. Oh! That eliminated more space than I thought it would. If you hit the first on-off, then you have access to the flower on the right side anyway, so we should definitely go left side. And catch that thwomp on the way up. There's probably a damageless way to do it that's much easier. Like just catching a better timing on the mole. I mean, right now we're doing it with a damage boost, but... I don't think it should be necessary if we're cautious. Let's just let this one run off the cliff first. Nope, missed it. But yeah, definitely we can catch it on the way up, hit the on-off switch, and then manipulate a lot about level, maybe even reverse through this whole sequence here. Oops, let's get the mushroom first though. We'll take our time with this one because we're on a pretty good pace with World 6 and there's so much that is clearly worth trying. Now the only thing that concerns me about the next room with this idea is, given the way that the spike balls drop on top of all of the ice blocks below them, I don't know if this is reversible. I guess if you jump claw to claw, but then the spike balls are on the claws, and so... Basically, I don't know how we would get back over here once the state switch has happened. If it is feasible, or not. Because I'm still thinking back to that blue pipe that goes back to the first section, wondering, you know, why would we even have that? Unless it's just a way to make the level still non-linearly explorable. But definitely I want to see if we can get back to the top here with a blue state. I mean, there are ground tiles up top leading back to it, so maybe we can just get enough height. Okay. Now here's the thing, is that... Oh. We can do this. And then do this. And then... I wonder if we can get... over this swamp here. I mean, I guess one thing we could do is just go for that fire flower and then... But the problem is that we... Well, let me take a look at what's up top. Door for a star. Interesting. Oh, I got trapped. That's too bad. I lost a POW. Got trapped. Didn't see the star above this previously. Okay. Oh, and then we'll get some flight. Okay, so I guess we don't necessarily need a flower after all, but... Hang on. Let's just see. 6-5. Okay. That's something. Notice, though, that the state is kind of forced back to on here for obvious reasons because we needed on state to get through the line. So we didn't actually take advantage of the off state. Down there. And if that's the case, I'm wondering... Well, hang on. We should be able to slide in this. And slide in this too, but then we would need something like a P-switch. Or for that matter, to bomb in the previous room. To cut through this stuff here. That seems like it's absolutely something. Could be a P-switch somewhere. But it's hard to tell. Yeah, because I'm thinking possibilities for that pipe would be bomb, P-switch. What else could it be? If you take a star... Well, let's see. Because... whoop. I kind of wanted to keep that, though. Yeah, so that is a side thwomp. And the side thwomp's going to eliminate everything here. And dislodge slightly. Then what does that give you? Oh, interesting that we have a respawn of that one column there. And we have a helmet, which means that we can actually get through some of this. Now, also notice that because of the thwomp, that's what the Piranha and Bomb Stack is for, because what happened there was that it activated the on-off switch for me, so now we can go back. Except we can't. Interestingly enough, with the leaf we could have done that. With the leaf although then we wouldn't have been able to get through the ice blocks down below. Okay, so there's a whole puzzle sequence essentially. If you want to really backtrack all the way. Now, at this point, we know that we probably don't need the POW. Oh, oops, okay. That's not good because I don't have the damage boost available after the mole, because we'd have to essentially soft drop the POW and land on top of it if we aren't able to take damage on that. And why would we need a star at all if that side thwomp is able to eliminate all that and activate the switch? Let's see. Yeah, because if we have the leaf, then we can float from claw to claw and drop the spike balls as we get close to them. I also missed the opportunity to hit the thwomp here, but let me try one thing with this guy. Oh, oops, too late. Too late on a jump out. Yeah, the objective is still to try to get back here in the off state to see what happens if we try to reverse through the whole level. I just want to see if it can be done. I feel like it's heavily implied by just how reversible all the rooms are. Oop. Okay, so let's run this out first. And then pop this wall. And buy as much airtime as possible towards it. So yeah, the side thwomp loads the top thwomp in such a way that it squishes his bomb and does the switch toggle. I'm looking at this and thinking, if we manage to drop that other thwomp after getting the flower on the other side, then we loop back here, then we go up to the star. Then we have a way out of here with the leaf, and then we can fly over to the left. Oh! No, that's the bomb that we needed for... Oh, that's absolutely it, isn't it? That's the bomb that we needed to take up here. Into the next room for blowing up that yellow pipe. It has to be that one. But we'll respawn it. We'll come back and we'll be able to get it. So let me just drop this here for a moment. So we can try to get up above, and not a great angle. I wonder if that's doable. I guess we loaded just the how on top of the thwomp, and then we would have just been able to make that jump a little more smoothly. But yeah, that's something you can do with the bomb, is that you'd be able to take it into the star room if you're quick about the ignition. The problem is that I don't know if we can get it in range of the yellow pipe quickly enough, because we had to break the blocks above the yellow pipe first using the leaf. But it might be possible to wrap around and go back for the bomb, maybe. I don't know about that, actually. Oh, nope. My mistake. Unfortunately, that means we can't grab that. But we can still wrap around and do the rest of the sequence over here. Because the idea was that, okay, if I took the bomb in with me here, once I figure out the secrets, you can probably share some info, yeah. So here's the thing. In this location here, you would need a bomb to get close enough here. And in the on state, you have plenty of time to just chuck it and let it blow this up. I think it has to be a bomb. The closest bomb is the one that is under the on-off switch, and that's if you either do a pow drop on a piranha plant or perhaps use the cape to whip it. Not the cape, the leaf to whip it from underneath. But you only get one shot at the leaf, that's the thing, and that might be a problem for what I have in mind. Because if you came here with the flower first, then you'd be able to get rid of all this stuff. I mean, it could still be a P-switch, but I'm just thinking it has to be a bomb. It has to be a bomb, then it has to be this one. If it has to be this one, then we need to get rid of the thwomp before it activates it. But then we can't really do that because the side thwomp is going to come here and load in against that and kill it. And moreover, we have a bit of a problem now in that... You know what? Oh, now I can't reach it. I should have whipped it from this side to the other and let this thwomp go. So let's pretend that we still have the leaf. Let's say we still have the leaf. Then we'd be able to go down. So side thwomp is going to activate that switch. I think we just need to go claw to claw and just assume that we're going to take some damage. But that still doesn't solve the pipe problem up above. Okay. Alright, you know what? Let's just go claw to claw. And we need to take damage. Whoa, whoa. Oh yeah, no, because it doesn't drop out first. Either that or we get flight with the leaf, and I feel like we need to keep the leaf. Like, we would need to whip the flower out of the way and then go back with the leaf so we can drop the spike balls and still get on the claw. And that would be the way to do it. So. Someone put a puzzle level in my traditional level. Which is just the way we like it. Okay. So let's be rather finessed about this, because I want to grab the bomb and then take it to the next room, but I still don't think that's going to be right, because we can kind of hot potato the bomb back and forth. Like, you drop the bomb at the entrance, then you do things like grab the helmet and the leaf, and then you just keep taking the bomb in and out through the door, and you just have a 10-second range every time to pop things before the bomb blows up. That seems extremely technical. Like, implausibly technical as a way to do this. There's no way it's that tricky, right? Like, because the thing I had in mind, this is so ridiculous. Okay, grab this, grab this. So we have 10 seconds, 3:19. Drop this. Go. Oh no, it's gonna blow up. Come on. No, it blew up. So I was thinking, you do this quickly enough, you take the bomb and you go back outside. Then the bomb timing resets. Then you come back here, the bomb timing resets. You get 10 seconds, and then you go. And, you know, blow this stuff up and whip it back and forth and so on. But we probably just need to find some way to bring the bomb back up. Oh, we can grab that. Now, the interesting thing is, shell is reobtainable. We lost a leaf. That's bad. But the shell is reobtainable. You see, the thing is, I didn't see this semi-solid, or rather this mushroom platform here previously, and that does throw a wrench into the proceedings quite a bit. The other thing you can do is use the star to kill the side thwomp and prevent the bomb from activating. You prevent the bomb from activating while you have the leaf. Then you can do the same thing, whip the piranha with the leaf, take the bomb, go through here. We can't do that anymore because we have no leaf, but the idea is that if you have the star, then you don't even need to wait on this one, because you can just, well, I mean, you do need to wait for him to carve through the platform here. But then the question is how you get back up. Because let's say you have the star state. You don't really have enough running distance with the leaf. Even though this thing here is still alive. I guess if you sort of did this and then did a bit of a jump and then maybe build up some P-speed. I wonder if we should actually just progress a little further forward for clues, because the thing is, we still don't know what the star is useful for yet. And we don't want to get trapped in anything that's one way here. Also notice that if you have the flower, this is one thing that we haven't considered, is just opening this passage. Oh, that simplifies things quite a bit, in fact. Because it means that you can go into the pipe, and if you're able to reverse through the pipe, then you would have a bomb available here. Did we already open up the passage? Yes, we did. So what we'll do is... Oh, except I need my... off state once again. So, here's what we do with the off state. We need to reload the room. Reload the room to get the bomb. Notice the bomb slot next to the 10 coin there as well. Oh. Let's be cautious here. So, we're going to have the bomb available at this point. We need to hit the off switch and we need to do it quickly. Oh shoot. Nope. Hang on. We need to be small for that. Because otherwise we can't jump up here with the bomb. Unless we use the helmet to send it up. Like basically toss the bomb and then just bump it up this column. We're still able to try that. Okay, so basically opening up the passage, there's a diagonal passage back down, allows you to get the bomb in the off state, which is one thing that we're looking to do. I feel like it might be necessary to take some damage to jump conveniently with the bomb after that, but we'll have to think about that. We still haven't dealt with the whole idea on the left side too of taking the cape there, which not the cape, the leaf there, which we should still try at some point. Whoops. Nope, missed it completely. Never mind. Oh, so much for that idea. Hang on. We just need to do this again then. Although we could just load a POW on top of a flop if we know we're not using it anyway. Because I don't actually have a specific use case for the POW at the moment that would do this bit, so I feel like it's pretty obviously using a leaf to go from point to point for the claws, unless there's a way to get above the ground blocks up top. Yeah. Okay, let's just use the POW as a platform since we... Oh, no, that's right. We needed the POW to drop the piranha here, but that's okay. We're not doing that anyway because we just need the on-off switch. And... in fact, if you have the off state and the flower sort of retracing the path, the diagonal path that comes back down here, then you can come back here fairly often. Okay, so leaf, non-progressive, which is one of the exceptions to the general policy, because of course it is part of this whole puzzle sequence, and just getting a mushroom off of this would be very depressing. Let's get back out here. So, okay. Secret rooms can sometimes have a non-progressive power-up. Yeah, but it's kind of required in this case, I think. You sort of need it. Okay, so we're going to try the leaf idea going left first, I think, because we have the leaf for once. But obviously you would want the flower to cut the diagonal back here if you want to reach the bomb in the off state, which is ideally what we can do. I feel like it's something like, you know, you do a bomb throw and then you use the helmet to pop it up above the platform. Or you take damage so you're small. But then in order to do that, you have to do that before the bomb walks away too far, right? Because the bomb is going to walk if you get rid of the flower. And I'm just thinking about how to pick up the bomb and take it to the next room. Helmet bump is one way. But then, yeah, you'd be pretty deliberate about the way you release the bomb when you throw it. And just kind of bump it up the vine. Let's try to get through the spike balls first with the off state. Just to see how viable this idea is. I don't think it's that viable because the spike balls drop way too late. On the other hand, each of these is still leaving one column behind, which means we did it. Now the question is, do we need a bomb back in the previous room? We don't know, but we know how to get one if we do need it. So we're in the off state here, which is what we were looking for. That's the thing we were hoping to do. We probably can obtain that pound. No, it's loaded on the right side there, but that's okay because we can probably get some distance here. And nab the pow going left. Oh. Better grab that just in case. So now we're fully powered up going left. And then we know the whole level is reversible from previous research. And we also know there's some required state switching that happens. Okay. We'll just float down gently. Whoa, no. Get out. No. Okay, that's just a helmet at least. Hopefully we didn't need that. Let's not take that checkpoint because we are doing everything for that later location. I'm going to keep the leaf because it's a little rarer and harder to come by, although maybe using the flower to eliminate some of the ice columns here would have been more helpful. Actually, it's looking like it would have been more helpful. On the other hand, I don't know about that though. Maybe it's worth it to just go the long way with the leaf just to keep the leaf, but we have so much ice to break at this point though, so... I'm actually thinking flower. Okay. And then we'll see what we can do from this point. And yeah, we can cut across both of these lanes here at this point. We can see as much of this as we can over 80 seconds. Yeah, so that is gated off by the off switch currently up top, so... Oh, except this is gated off by semi-solid, and then that's gated off by... Yeah, okay, no, so we can't actually progress past this. This is sort of the flip side of the reversal that we failed to do much earlier in the level, so... So I guess there isn't anything for coming back here and backtracking. Because you get into this situation. Yeah, this is the same kind of gate we ran into. I forgot to account for the semi-solids that would make that diagonal a one-way passage. Yeah, because you can't actually progress past this. Oh well. You're impressed I was able to do this? Yeah, I try this kind of thing, and you know, you never know when some kind of super secret is going to be buried this way, so. I'm still thinking about that thing I did yesterday with using the red Mecha Koopa to pick up that one coin that I was supposed to just pick up with a fire flower. That's an ample demonstration of what we do with Mario Maker around here. Anyway, we're going to time out, and that's okay, because we know at this point that backtracking with the leaf is not the idea. You think Ablaze is the kind of maker to do a super secret? I can tell, that's the thing, is that, you know, I would not have put it past him. Because to me, the kind of smoking gun there was the blue pipe that allows you to backtrack, right? And I was thinking the whole time, surely that means a state switch and backtrack. Even the first time I saw the level without knowing how much longer it went on, that was the assumption I was going on. So that was at the back of my mind the whole time that I could do that. I mean, we still have to account for that bomb wall that's by the 10 coin, and we still have the bomb wall over here, which is this whole looping sequence we've been trying to figure out. Okay, we have to dodge the bomb slightly. No, let's just toss it for a moment. We'll come back for it. And of course here, if you use the POW on the Thwomp, then you can go for that flower immediately. And you would lose the POW, but then you would just skip that room, and the only benefit would be that you'd be in the off state the whole time, and you wouldn't have the respawn on that side thwomp on the left. Now, why would you want that? Because then you have the flower, you can hit the on-off switch, but then you just lose the flower after that. But then that means you can do flower, and then you can do the diagonal sequence on the right side, and then you can get the leaf afterwards. But then you can just skip the leaf now anyway, so why would we do that? Okay, let's drop the power because we mostly just used it as a platform. So let's not touch the leaf yet, I think. Although the reason to touch the leaf is to bust through this, but you can do that with a shell just fine, so... We're going to save the leaf for later because we will be back in this room. What? Soon enough. And we'll just bust all this down quickly first. Just to prepare the room, essentially. In case we're in a situation where we need to rapidly drop a bomb here later on. Because, you know, look at how we're small here. If we're small here, and we have a helmet on, then if you take the path back to the bomb in this state, then you actually have a way to use one shell to knock out the piranha plant, and then you're small, and then you grab the bomb, and then you can actually jump up with the bomb just fine without having to do a helmet bump or anything. But in order to do that, we do need to cut through here first with the fire flower and get that off state going. And I will probably have to take some damage off things like moles. We'll need to come back to this room after the state switch, so we still need a state switch on this side thwomp, and we'll do that because we'll respawn the bomb when we come back in. So, the state switch from this guy. Oh, I was going to cut all the way across, which might not actually have been great. No, that's okay. That's okay. So at this point, what we can do, we would want to come back here. We can take some damage off the moles. And then we want to get into a state where we are small and able to pick up the bomb. And I can do that if we deliberately take damage on the moles that spawn in this location. No, we want to actually... No, let's not do that yet. Let's come here. We will do it as this. I'm going to drop this shell. I'm just going to touch to take damage. And peel all 3 points off here. Oh, I'm too slow. I'm too slow. But that's the way to do it. That's one way to do it. I mean, you know, I could have had a backup helmet. Maybe. No, we just need to, you know, not miss when I'm jumping. We'll take the POW anyway in case we need it for the thwomp lift, but that's the only thing I was using it for. But anyway, that's the sequence I'm going for. It clearly works. It very, very clearly works as a potential sequence for opening up the yellow pipe. It's probably a more complicated solution than the intended one. That's just my feeling. And then, whoops, missed. Yeah, it almost certainly is excessively complicated, but we will do it that way anyway because I see it, and it's feasible. Like, whenever I see sort of deliberate self-damage in a traditional level in particular, even if it's a secret that's involved, I start thinking that I'm doing things in an unorthodox way. We missed again. You know what, let's just take a dive quickly. Okay, we'll grab this. And... whoop. Let's just... oh, no, too late. I got too close, rather. Yeah, let's, you know, do this methodically and not waste time on blown attempts. We'll let the mole with the bomb run past us first. So yeah, hopefully there's a cleaner way we can do the bomb pickup. Or when I want to take it upstairs. I mean, you know, just crouch jumping would have been fine. I missed it. Can't believe it. Okay, we need to pay attention. I'm thinking too far ahead to other interactions when I'm supposed to do the ones we've already sorted out, which is a very common problem when it comes to complex sequences that I have in mind. But, I mean, I clearly have, at least mentally, a solution that should work. Also notice that the bombs, if you pick them up off the sequence here, you can blow up any of this stuff. Although there's no particular point to doing so, because we know how to obtain everything there. Oh, it took damage already. That's okay, we'll just load the POW on top of the swamp, that's our fallback. And then, oh, missed it. We have to not get thrown off by the bomb on top of the mole every time. We need to actually let it walk off first. Because that's a few consecutive attempts now that we've blown to silly things. Okay. Okay, let's walk off the mole first. Get rid of this guy, then pop the next one. This is such an interesting interaction that unstacking the mole from the swamp actually allows you to do that. Okay, we're not going to hit the leaf yet. I want to save it for as long as possible. Anyway, we'll just let it bounce. And we'll pick it up because I want as much of a fallback as I can. In case of disasters. Which means we'll have to be extra careful. We'll take this to the left to get that state switch going. Just gonna cut everything here. Notice that mole that just unloaded in midair like it was something that you could potentially jump on. I feel like having things like the helmet available totally has the potential to break this as well, but we'll not mess around with that too much. What we'll do next is we'll open up the ice passage here. Notice that you can open up that ice passage on the right side as well for absolutely no reason other than, you know, messing around with the moles, but we're going to respawn into this room to respawn the... what's it called? You know, looking at this... oh no, it's a pipe transition. I was looking at that 10 coin placement in the next room and thinking about the ice under it. Like it was something that was breakable. But yeah, we need to be careful with this because I don't want to lose the shell before we have a chance to use it. So let's actually just get rid of these first, and we'll once again take damage on the piranha instead. And we'll have to be very exact about picking up the bomb and hitting the on-off switch. The thing is, I'm kind of forced to go bomb first. Like, if I kind of face left with this shell, no, we should just do this. Okay. We'll do it the same way. It's just I have to be really quick. So bomb, a switch, and then jump, jump. Then we have to be absolutely accurate. Or yeah, because previously when we were taking the bomb there, we had already hit the switch, and so we're, you know, sort of one jump ahead in that respect. But we don't want the bomb to be on the right side of that wall, because if it is, then when we hit the on-off switch, then it deactivates. So maybe we should be doing it with the helmet bump method instead of trying to jump up while small, because jumping up while small leads to too many complications. But oh, no, missed it. Yeah, because it's just getting that bomb up to the next room at all that has been a real issue for us here. Because it feels like even if I do the jumps accurately there, when I pick up the bomb, hit the switch, do 2 jumps to get up to the door, that seems tight before it blows up in my face. And so there should be an easier way to do that. So, for example, normally... Oh, no, not like that, but, well, whatever. Whatever, that was a mess. I was about to say, normally, we would... Yeah, take the helmets first. Because, of course, there was that idea of just trading the bomb in and out of the store, you know, in 10-second increments. And basically, if you... Actually, that might even be possible, where you just kick the shell. Like, if you take the bomb here, you kick the shell, and hopefully it hits quickly enough that you can just stay here, take the bomb back out. So you come in here, drop a bomb, kick a shell, and then take the bomb, get out. You can do that within the bomb timing. Then drop the bomb, kick the shell, pick up the bomb, in. And then once you've done that just twice, then you can just throw the bomb into this location, and then it'll go. That's a much simpler solution, actually. That seems like it would be much easier. But then you would still need to be small for the initial grab on a bomb when you come in here with the POW drop, and you would need to grab it using the POW drop. So let's take a death here and try it that way. So I had the right idea, I think, a while ago when I took the bomb with me the first time and had enough time to work with. But that requires me to use the POW drop method to take the bomb initially on our first pass into that room. Because that way, you're able to break the bomb gate without ever picking up the leaf and without ever having to spend time doing the platforming required to do so and getting stuck on the conveyor. In fact, you don't really need to get on the conveyor at all if you're careful. So, yeah, for timing reasons, this seems to be a much more elegant method than the other one I had in mind, but we would need to get on top. And we would need to be really accurate about getting in here. There we go. Okay. No, just too late. Just barely too late. I think we should actually drop it on the right side and then kick the shell, and then jump back. I got stuck on a conveyor for too long. Basically, you need to get out that door as soon as the shell hits. In fact, as a safety, maybe we should pick up Shell's helmet first and then, you know, do all the other ducking back and forth. And at least we leave ourselves the opportunity to try again by a different method later on. Nope, too late. Hang on. But yeah, it's clearly just an execution issue if we do it that way, where... And it feels more elegant too, because you're not really taking required damage at any point. You just need to be very good at kicking a shell and getting out with the bomb. And even if the shell's not hitting, the important thing is to keep the bomb alive. That's the biggest priority there, to keep the attempt going and retry as necessary. So, let's get out here. Oh, that's a bit of a problem, but we made it. Okay, so we nudge the bomb and get out, get out. Okay, good. Same idea. Drop the bomb to the right. And then, next attempt, we just throw the bomb all the way in. Grab this. Success. Finally, success. Let's leave the star. We might have reasons to take it with us later, and we'll see how reversible this pipe is. And look, there's a P-switch. Did we do this backwards? No. This is the SDB room. And it looks like there's some kind of 10-coin chase that happens once you do it. I wonder if I should take the star with me going into this. Well, we have to leave. We can always fly back later. And the 10-coin goes back and forth anyway, so... You see, now I'm looking at this and wondering, I wonder what we can do if we just take the P-switch with us and use it somewhere completely different. Okay, so we can totally... Oh yeah, okay, so this actually just connects to the other passage. So we massively overcomplicated everything, actually. Because I wonder if there's anything else I could have done in that room. Probably not. But then there's so much else we didn't do, though. In terms of, you know, we never actually wound up using this original idea I had of cutting back here with a flower. And looping back and using the flower at all. So I wonder if we actually shortcut an intended solution. And Gritoffy, you can absolutely share with me the alternate method of doing everything, and I'm sure it will turn out to be much, much simpler, especially with all the ice blocks above the room with the yellow pipe. I'm actually very curious now, because we spent so much time mapping that out, and then attempting the complicated solution before realizing that the bomb timing is too tight, and then trying the simple solution and totally making it work. Oh, if I take a death at the end, you can explain how it was all intended. You can just explain it verbally, and I'm sure we can still visualize it, to be honest. We'll take a look at the more info screen, even though that's mostly in the subworld. And look at this 53-minute time on this level, just entirely from the secret hunt. Like, I don't know if it's something you're able to verbally describe. Oh, I see. The 6-5, of course, is just what we saw there. So the ice blocks are just there decoratively. And yeah, we see the SDB room here. And I'm just looking over this. I think we saw everything, as far as I can tell. I mean, it's not a very long level if you play it straight, right? Actually, yes it is. The clear check time is 5 minutes. The world record time is 1 minute. That's incredible. The clear check time is 5 minutes. He must have really taken his time to demonstrate the secrets or something on the clear check. So, after I run past the spike balls on claws, if I run all the way to the elevator, it shows that, wait, there are the ice coins I can shoot through to get to that area. When you backtrack, then the sideways Thwomp dislodges a fire flower. Once you get into secret room, something can happen if you hit every block above. You know what? We spent so much time on this already. Let's just see this. Let's just do it. Okay, we'll skip the secrets that we've already exposed because... You see, given the structure of this level and its secrets, I think it seemed totally reasonable for me to try to backtrack this way with the state switch. In fact, it really caught me off guard that we were semi-solid blocked over here, although the ground tiles kind of show you as well that you can't cross that diagonal. But yeah, we're not actually that far back, given how quick the backtrack was earlier. But yeah, definitely I'm looking at this and thinking, oh yeah, no, wait, let's get the flower. I'll say what I was going to say in a moment, but whoops, there we go. Now, we previously definitely had a flower at this point, didn't we? Yeah, somewhere close by. Off the claw. Yeah, because I'm looking at this blue pipe here, right? And this just screams backtrack. And I was very surprised that it didn't turn out to be. And particularly with the bombs that are available in the next segment after that, too. Anyway, we'll do the whole back and forth here. And yeah, we did see the 10 coin here previously with the... oh, actually, you don't even need to do the bomb drop in the other room. You can just come here directly. Because I previously did it by exiting out this door on top, right? You know what? We have the power of fire, so we can just shortcut this way instead as well. And trace this way, which might even have been the intended sequence for doing it, but this allows you to skip up top. So we just did it backwards the first time. And this is a progressive flower, which I didn't remember from earlier because we hadn't seen it in so long. Okay, so I run past the spike balls and claws, so I run all the way to the elevator. There are the ice coins I can shoot through to get to that area. So we go back to the diagonal, right? And then sideways Thwomp dislodges the fire flower. Interesting. Oh, because it would come all the way back. I don't need the POW at all, yeah. Yeah, I guess if you die at a checkpoint, then you can go back for the power-up at Claw. That's a good point. So you're supposed to cut through here. And then you come up here and you see, oh, look at that, diagonal passage, and then you open that up, thinking, okay, now we need to think about where a state switch is going to be, because, you know, you're going to assume at this point that the player has not seen a state switch available. But it will see a flower, which is also what I noticed first when I came here. And then the idea is that you notice the flower and then you backtrack this way. Oh, I see, yes, and then the Thwomp pushes it. Where does it push it, though? Hang on, let's see, because the Thwomp is going to eliminate all of the ice coins, it's going to push, but then it's going to load the flower here. Because the state switch will have been activated and the flower lands on top of the platform. Ah, okay, okay. And we already have a flower, so that doesn't matter because you can come here with the mushroom in the previous room, or indeed with nothing, and it will still work. right? Or no, it sends it down here because it's actually one block lower. Then at this point, you realize that you're able to traverse this way to this room. Yeah, so the bomb was just here as an activation mechanism. And then you can pick up everything, and then... Oh, except we could have used the flower to eliminate the icebox, and we didn't do that. So once you get in the secret room, something can happen if you hit every block above. Yeah, because something's going to drop here, right? Like you're just going to have fire, and then maybe a floating bomb that ignites and comes in off screen or something. Right, because I guess the 6-5 might be spawn blocking something, and then we should just take it all out. So let's see what it is. Well, mostly. We need to do this quickly enough, though. Oh, okay, no. I think we blew it. Because the spike ball is supposed to come down here and hit this, but we whipped it from the side, and so that didn't work. But that's how it's supposed to work. It's supposed to come down here and demolish everything and crash down here, right? So we didn't end up seeing that after all, but it's on top of the... Yeah. So if you hit it from the side, we actually did it exactly in the way that breaks it. And it's funny because I actually was tapping those blocks earlier and I just never saw the spike ball. Yeah, because if you hit it from under, I mean, I guess the claw is kind of positioned there as well, but generally speaking, because of this whole conveyor here, as long as we did specifically not what we just did, it should come down and crash in. Okay. We didn't actually get to see that, but we did it the fancy way, so works for me. I can backtrack from the door, but it is a secret in a secret situation. Yeah. And the star is just a cosmetic thing, too. Let you speed through the rest, I guess. As a special reward of its own. But anyway, we spent so long. We spent half the stream on this level, and on the secret specifically, but that was a very satisfying thing to work out. So let's keep going. Hey, it's Pinktops. Pinktops, a maker we know very well. We've previously streamed the entirety of his super world, which also was one of those super worlds that had this meta secret to it and very thoroughly written descriptions and everything else. Practically had a lore book behind it. But looking forward to seeing Pinktops for the first time in a while. This is going to be Breakbone Brigade. It's going to be the finale of World 6. The long description reads, on their way back into the atmosphere, Toad is waylaid by a skeleton ship helmed by Larry. In order to bring peace to the Dead Sky sailors, Toad must defeat their crazed captain, who now directs these bony swashbucklers as his own personal guard. Oh. And then, I don't know if Lakitu is reachable here. I think he spawns too late to be hijackable, but then you never know with all the fish bones flying everywhere that, you know, could be that we just get the right kind of jump. Oh, he is totally reachable. We just need to be very accurate about it. And the thing is, because of auto-scroll, we don't actually get to fly with him for very long, so... Oh. Okay. Let's get someone to come down and give me some height here. Nope. Totally didn't watch that those were skull platforms. Oops. If a fish would kindly come my way. Oh, we missed. We missed again. Again, the cloud isn't going to last for very long this early in the level, so it's probably not a very consequential objective here. Whoops, no, missed my jump. But we'll try for these things anyway. Yeah, later on we'll keep a lookout for whether hijacking the cloud will get us anything. This pipe is obviously worth checking. We're going to scroll past it. Look at the descending skull of coins. That was neat. I think it's heavily implied at this point that he's reachable, given you've got fish coming out of pipes and everything else. This is a really neat effect with the coins in the skull pattern dropping on you. That's something that's kind of classic Pink Tops in some ways. Pink Tops short for Pink Triceratops. Who's been around a long time. I've been playing a lot of his levels since Maker 1 as well, I think. But definitely took note of a lot of his vast traditional output in Maker 2. And as someone who just builds very memorably in this difficulty bracket, and it's because of stuff like that. It's because of, you know, these little visual hooks like the skull coming down and everything. You see, it's mechanically not that hard to put together. It's just, you know, the coin drop triggers from POWs. And notice too that because of the enemy set here with the fish bones and such, that, you know, the enemies specifically are not affected by POWs, and that's kind of fundamental to make this concept work. Apart from things like the bones. And then, whoops. Okay. Nope, it's just out of reach. Keep trying for it every time, but it is what it is. Let's see here. Again, if you catch the cloud, I guess the main benefit is just getting above the skewers. We should maybe stop fooling around with that so much. Get back to dodging, but... Oh, no. Tall enough to reach it. Slow enough to get caught. This is like a cool twist to SMB1 6-1, yeah. That actually is a good point. Oh, whoops. In terms of having the situation of, like I do, just dropping things on you all day. That... See, that gives you plenty of height. It's just that... Whoops. Yeah, we should probably not try for it. We should just... do that. And yeah, very reminiscent of just all the cheap levels in the original Super Mario Brothers as well. Except it's a whole bunch of dead fish. Whoop. Yeah, if you clip their wings, you see they stop, and then you can use them as a platform at the height that you want. And so you don't need to be too impatient about it. Unlike what I just demonstrated. Because, yeah, you clip their wings once, you get off, and then you have a reliable platform. Very neat idea here with the 1-up. I guess we should work our way down and up the twister. That's exactly how to do it. Look at who decided to disappear on us here. And then got a swingable 10 coin. Nope, I have to jump through the gate here and totally get pinched. Exactly the wrong time. Getting some bigger fish out of here too. Checkpoint. That totally looks like it's something. Oh, no. I guess we might have to check more info for something like that. Let's see if we can whip this for a 1-up. It was clearly going to be something winged, and that was the likeliest outcome. Now, the thing is, player has control of the camera in this segment, which means that we can, in fact, take our time to try to get flight. Rather... Come on. Making a mess of this already. Hang on. Just trying to find a good way to catch him, but you see, because of the ceiling placement, it's going to be a difficult angle anyway. Unfortunately, I think this means that we're just seeing if there's anything on the ceiling. Oh, there totally is. Blue pipe. See that up top? Blue pipe. We should actually start over to try to catch that. Blue pipe on top of the ship. Then you have to get up there really quickly. I guess you wouldn't be expected to take a fishbone up. Or even take a Lakitu up. But that is absolutely some kind of secret. I think so, anyway. We just need to have a good memory for when we're coming to that big wall there that will take us up. We still have a Koopaling fight to look forward to at the end of this. How the fish bones will play into that, we'll find out. Okay, now, oh, for a moment there that had some potential. In terms of the fish being in the right place before it was reactivated. Oh, fish got caught. There we go, look at that. And then I think the intended way to do it, well, we better change positions here. Change clouds and suspend ourselves for as long as we can before things blink away. Then, nope, no. We just needed to take it all the way to the right and I missed it. It's okay, you know what, let's just get squished. Yeah, I just needed to hug the right side up top. I was thinking that I would sort of sustain that position for as long as we could. Whoops. And whoops, bad idea. Yeah, because I was hanging around off screen on a ground tile in case I needed to jump over because I couldn't remember how close we were to the very end. But it seemed I should have just hugged the top right corner off screen and waited for the cloud to expire there instead, or at least, you know, jumped around and tried to get out. But clearly the cloud does last long enough that you should, theoretically, the second Lakitu be able to reach the top area, and failing that, you've got the big fish bones that you can jump across. And so when we see the next flying invisible question block, we should hit it nice and high so we have access to the first cloud. Gives you a mushroom so you can damage boost through it as well, so it should be fairly safe to grab the first cloud, and then after that we definitely keep the idea of transferring to the second. Might even want to delay how we do that, in fact, just to leave our cloud entry nice and late. But we'll get back there and see how we manage. Whoops. Okay. Anyway, we know we don't need to hijack a cloud anytime this soon, so we should actually just make sure the first Lakitu remains on screen and alive so we don't outpace it by the time we need to catch him off the block that lets us do so safely. Let's head over here. So the block should be coming pretty soon, right? Yeah. Nice and high, and it's a leaf, and which we'll lose immediately. Whoops. We'll lose that immediately, too. It's funny, because that was actually still salvageable if we jumped off the claw and just worked back up to the cloud in time. Just fell apart really quickly. Yeah, we should actually try to keep the leaf, because flight at the end is obviously going to be quite helpful. If we have flight, then we don't even need the cloud to work our way up to the top, because I think the auto-scroll still gives us enough room to... no, the wall does get squished out of the way, but if you're fairly quick about it, then maybe a leaf would help. But yeah, the auto-scroll does close off that passage to the top right secret, but we'll keep that in mind, and we'll just try to progress safely through here first. Okay, here's my block with the leaf. Okay, I'm still able to take a point of damage, so I missed it. Come on. Nope. Just out of reach with every single jump. But yeah, definitely I would say we hijacked the second cloud. We might want to delay hijacking it because we want that cloud to remain alive as long as possible, since currently we found that it expires just a tad too early with how I was doing it before, so not going to have to leaf this time though. But at minimum we'll have a mushroom off that block when we get to it. Okay, that's fine. Damage is fine. We just need to not miss here. The thing is, we don't want this one to start tossing too many fish, so that's why I'm taking it nice and early. But the idea is that we'll just stay on the top column and just hang right and hug right all the way. I hit something. How did I hit something? That far off screen. Magus Cook, welcome. Well, I mean, you know, we're messing around with the airship camera, Bob. For all I know, it got squished or something. Or got hit by a fish, perhaps. I guess that's why we do maybe want one power-up worth of insurance. Magus Cook, we just spent half the stream secret hunting in 6-5 and came up with a solution as convoluted as one might expect. Also, I don't know if you had a chance to catch up on the VOD of your level that we played last time, but hope you had a chance to do that, if so. Oh, did I miss? No, I'm still there. Okay. Oh yeah, okay, fish flying everywhere, no wonder. We probably just activated one prematurely off the top corner. Okay, so once you see the big fish, that's how you know that you're pretty close to the ceiling here. Now, I think we did get on successfully. Is the camera going to give me that pipe? It's not, but the pipe is right there. The pipe is right there, and the camera was such that I couldn't see it, huh? I missed a key in 5-4 in terms of secrets. I got a lot of 5-4. We spent so much time on it, but I did not get the key. But I've been pretty thorough. Yeah, I was thinking, you know, could be anything. There were a few other minor things too, like there was a question block that could have been hit at the end of, I think it was 4-2, whichever one Squadaloos was. The one that had the rising and falling water level with the, whoops. Oh, come on. Really? Hang on, there we go. Because I was looking at it and thinking, oh, am I supposed to take a shell all the way over there? And okay, so can I see my feet? I cannot see my feet. And the problem is that I can't see. Am I not supposed to get in that pipe then? Because I see the pipe, and I'm getting some kind of camera squish there at this point, and there's clearly a pipe on top there. And maybe it can't be entered, I don't know. But it looks so much like a secret entrance. And yeah, Gritoffy, you could answer this question. Tell me if it's not worth checking. I guess. I usually try to avoid backseating as much as I can, but I guess I should know if it's not worth the time. It is not worth checking, okay. Yeah, because once I saw the camera movement there, then I realized, okay, maybe that's not doable. But when I saw the pipe from below, it seemed very much like it was a plausible secret. And especially with the way the cloud timing was working. Oh, and I missed it completely. And yeah, he just gets off screen at that point. Check the level map to confirm that it is blocked. Yeah, it looked like I was getting squished there somehow, but I couldn't see that I was getting squished because whatever wall was above there was totally off camera, and so I thought I had a clear passage over to the pipe, and clearly I'm taking a squish death before that actually happens. So there's a wall there, like a vertical wall, that I'm not actually seeing from my camera view. Oops. Anyway, let's grab the mushroom once again, and we'll go for this once again, just for simplicity. And for style. Assuming we don't get clipped by a fish, of course. There we go, perfect timing. And we'll just take this as the SDB6 portholes. Yeah, because you look at this, and the camera, particularly if you back out into this room, is so suspicious. Oh yes, previously we were here and we couldn't make it up successfully. I think we should go forward at this point. Oh, well, okay. And just, again, keep our eyes peeled for any reason to hijack the cloud. Like coming in through one of these vertical pipes, for instance, which might be worth checking? I don't know. Any one of these could be it. But they're also all spawn points, so you'd have to check every pipe, really, to be perfectly thorough about it. Yeah, I guess Cook, you have a crush on Pink Top's levels. I think a lot of people who play or make traditional in any capacity do. Okay, let's grab that. Definitely one of the really satisfying single-maker traditional worlds to have gone through back when I did it. Oop. Oh, and of course Lakitu is just going to swing out of the way at exactly the wrong time. Oh, nope. I guess it would simplify things, but it doesn't actually get you that far. Although, since it is a player-controlled camera in this section, hijacking the cloud could be significant. Because you could actually go quickly if you wanted. Oh, no, bad idea. Also a bad idea, but we can still make it. Bad jump. I saw that coming just as I did it. Oh. I don't know why I did that. I don't have the leaf. I was kind of aiming for that, thinking, you know, let's whip something with a tail, and I realized, wait, I don't have a tail. Just a vestigial tailbone, at best. Oops. I was about to say, let's not run over all the skulls here. I do need something to stand on. Yeah, given my current pace, we'll do World 6 and 7 today, and 8 and 9 the next day. It's funny because it seemed like World 6 was going so breezily until we did the hour-long secret exploration. Whoops. In the last one, but that's just the push and pull of the pace that you get when you play through such a large bag of levels at once. Okay, let's just progress quickly, I think. Yeah, it's better to just go quickly. First cycle is pretty smooth for a lot of that. Very smooth for a lot of it, in fact. So, I don't know if we missed anything in the vertical pipes here. Obviously, this would allow you to potentially check up here. Very conveniently available right away, in fact. Just the perfect spot to check that. But we are losing the leaf there, so if we need the leaf for something as a final secret, we won't have it. However, this looks like it is going to be the Koopaling battle right here. Very nice elaboration of the main idea of the level, actually, and also something that you can do when you just, once again, have so many entities to work with. That's something I've always observed with traditional levels, that how do you have this many elements that you can use? How can you have this many moving parts? I mean, also tons of pipe spawns, right? That is part of the story here. We do need the clown car over here. You know, that is such a Maker 1 style boss gate, isn't it? From back when we didn't have keys bound to enemies, which I think they were patched in fairly late. I think they came in after the fire cars, if I remember. Although fire cars were also in one of the last patches, as I recall. But I don't remember if... I think fire cars did come before key doors. I know fire cars and skewers were pretty late, like they were around March 2016 or so. I don't recall exactly, but isn't this exactly a kind of Maker 1 style boss gate from before we had keys? Right? Where you just have this interaction requirement instead with a pipe or a door that's just out of the way. Okay. Let's bust this before we get into too much trouble here. I'm doing too much exploration here, but we're going to risk it anyway, just to see if anything's going on. Nope, nothing. Pipe down there doesn't seem reachable. It's just for fish. Okay. Oh. And... wow, the blinking effect as they come down is really kind of neat. As they cascade downwards, you know, everything just sort of blinks out at once. Last 3 worlds will probably feel lengthier. Yeah, I would assume so. And so, which is why, you know, even with only doing 6 and 7 today, I think we would expect a lengthy stream. So, and Kratavi, you haven't been getting much sleep as it is this week, but you had to watch. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us for so much of this and letting me know occasionally when I shouldn't be ramming my head against a wall off screen repeatedly. And for that matter, the intended solution in 6-5, which I wouldn't not really have arrived at, I think. Even though it was pretty clear to me that the bomb over Piranha was supposed to be some kind of remote trigger in that level. Because, yeah, if you take a look at more info in this one, if this will load. My Switch has internet problems constantly. Something is interfering quite a bit with Wi-Fi on it. And then you can see the triggers for everything going on here. Oh, those are actually bomb triggers on the... yeah, no wonder it's not some kind of state switch or some kind of POW, rather, that would take out the dry bones down below. So, yeah, it's not a POW trigger. We were listening to just bomb drops the whole time. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Because I was thinking, oh, everything's flying here. Maybe it's something disguised with a POW trigger. But no, if we actually listened to the sound effect carefully, it was definitely just bombs blowing them up. At least I think, though, I think for the final one, it might actually be a POW trigger that was on top corner. Like the top corner just above where the skull is in the right side of the layout. That might have been a POW drop for all of those all at once, because you can see no bomb is placed there. But for all the ones that scroll in, you have a bomb timing, with the bombs scrolling in or getting loaded with just enough time to be in range of all the coins floating right into place, such that, you know, all the coins just kind of float over within the 2-tile radius of the bombs just at the perfect moment. Yeah, there are some power triggers looking at the level viewer, and about a one up under the skull bridge. I can see it, yeah. And yeah, there's a wall there, but no screen lock. That's the thing that we were running into, because why would you have a pipe there then? You know, where that is. Oh, because that's the pipe that you exit out at the end. Yeah, yeah. The thing is, I only would have noticed it off screen because I reversed through the pipe past checkpoint 1. When you're scrolling towards checkpoint 1, that pipe is actually totally off screen. But when you're scrolling, or rather when you're loading back in with the camera position coming out of the lower pipe, then you do see the camera bob show you the upper pipe momentarily. And that's when I thought of checking it. Well, good thing you walled that off then, because otherwise that's a massive skip over the entire level. Anyway, that's it for World 6. Let's do World 7. And I'll just load up the website descriptions for that as well. Gritoffy, which is why you were initially afraid when I was going over? Yeah. I mean, it seemed like a natural thing to check. Okay, I'm going to see if I can grab the World 7 descriptions as we get into Whispering Woods here by Cedric. So, World 7 is called Phantom Pass, which tells me we should expect booze and the like, or at least lots of nighttime. Whispering Woods. Luigi arrives at Phantom Pass, home to an old abandoned town deep within the Whispering Woods. At first glance, it seems a lush forest, but is merely an illusion conjured up by the spirits haunting the area. Luigi needs to reveal the true form of the woods and solve its secrets to move on to the mysterious abodes waiting beyond. Yeah, that would have been a rough oversight. Well, I have to redo the whole playlist to accommodate the re-upload. I think it would have been obvious from the record time if somebody had done that, though. If the record time was something totally absurd. Oh, poison shroom. Yeah, we'll need something else to get over here. And then looks like we'll probably break this on the way back. Like there's going to be a loop and a backtrack. $10 over there. I guess we should progress through the pipe. It looks like there will be some kind of backtrack here, though. You know, with something like a spike ball rolling down the slope. Oh, I see. It's one of these two-state levels. So never mind. It's actually a visual clue for a two-state level. Which also means, I mean, technically this would be worth checking, but we don't want feet on the munchers either, do we? Because we know there's that question block here. Or rather, there is on the other side. So you've got plants transforming into munchers. Yeah, very popular style level. We had a whole puzzle contest oriented around this kind of theming a few years back, and of course we saw lots of levels even back in Maker 1 that do this exactly. Boot tells you that you're going to head towards the muncher. We are going to knock out this stuff first though, before the boot expires. Yeah, we'll backtrack over to the muncher segment if we can. Anything here? Oh, on that side. And what have we... Whoop, almost got nuked there. Oh, I should have bounced on top of this and then gone up. But we can always respawn it. Yeah, this is popular among a lot of makers that I can think of as a format. Definitely a few people who are virtually specialists in this. Oh, okay, yeah, because this shows you the passage that we knew about previously, which would then probably get you over to the... I want to get us up. We'll check the store in a moment. I want to backtrack further to the muncher stack first. And by muncher stack, I don't mean this muncher, but... grab that anyway. Come down. And we see a 10 coin up at the top as well. So let's do this first. Yeah, natural place to check. And we'll also take this back to the beginning to see what is over those piranha plants. Okay, just a visual clue. And the clouds match the coins on the other side. 10 coin up there as well. We would need to get back to that piranha plant coming out of the pipe. But we'll finally check this as well. Oh, matches this, okay. Interesting. Okay, fire flower. Did we backtrack that, or, well, I'm not really sure. Let's just see what's up here. Oh, there was some kind of visual clue. Oh, that looks like a flight point, potentially, or at least a drop point. Let's take the door and wrap around, because there's probably a lot more going on here still. Oh. Have to get a lot of this out of the way. So this got closed off. Muncher's over here. I mean, if you have a POW, you can lead it here and open that door. Or a big boot to knock it out of the way. But it also might just be something matched to something in the light world. The light world, which is also the night world. And, oh. I mean, I guess we could just jump on top of it. And then, down, there we go. And this takes you here, 30 coin, there we go. Above another checkpoint, which... that's okay, semi-solid here, yeah, we can just knock that out. And the clouds match the booze. So, this totally looks like it's within range of... Oh, that's too bad. Entering the pipe, if you want to try it, but we should have taken out the flower first. Hang on. It probably is nothing, but you never know. Nope, nothing. I lost a boot for no reason, unfortunately. Whoops, and lost a flower for no reason. But that's okay, we'll make our way back. Quite a lot here that we can't reach anymore without the boot, but... Oh, whoops. That's okay. At checkpoint, I think we did have the boot available. Yeah, the Goomba gets peeled off of it early on. So we went right to left towards this room. Might have been a non-linear passage where we took some kind of roughly optional route. Oops. Hang on. Yeah. Better. And not so much. Okay, I guess we can't do that. But we can just get another boot here, which is helpful. And then we'll wrap around a Light World segment for that again, just to see what we can do if we proceed this way. You know, there's quite a bit of branching in this level. Do we get any kind of power up here, or was it just a coin? It was just a coin. Notice too that it exposes everything above those vines. Okay, let's up. Not get tricked out by that again and again. However, I'll grab this, which is nothing, but would match something, perhaps, on the other end here. So we know about this, because we saw it. And then nothing up there. However, what's going on here? That was just cosmetic, but then there's something up top as well that we never managed to reach. But yeah, we'll basically go in the opposite course here. How gets you through the Muncher several rooms ago? We would need to get back to that safely. Yeah, as far as these light and dark concepts go, I am liking the complexity of the layout. That it's not just, you know, gate after gate after gate, it's just a modest amount of visual memory that you take with you. And then, yeah, we can, in fact, progress here, and then we just get through the Muncher. Now that's interesting, you've got those coins up top, you've got this pipe down here, which, since we don't have the boot, we do need to take it, because if we don't have the boot, we can't ride on that. No, can we? Up? Oh. Should have known better. Nothing. But, whoops. No. That's okay, we're right at checkpoint, so. Well, no, we know about that. Just automatically going for the question blocks every time we see one. Very nasty habit. Which that is designed to punish. Anything down here? Well, I guess there's this whole lower passage, but I don't see a reason to take it from what we can see. So, let's just go around this way. Yeah, I see a moving platform that's underneath that Muncher there. I mean, oh, not Muncher, Piranha there, but they will be Munchers in the other room when we get there. I don't think we can make that. Not even close. No. And regardless, do you see the question blocks up there that tell me that in the other state that's going to be an open passage of some sort? Whoop. Let's not try to speed through that. Platform under those clouds. I mean, there'll be booze in the other room, presumably. No, it looks like a way to kind of sneak on under, which is interesting in its own way. Alright, let's... Whoop, nope, bad idea. Yeah, everybody went really big with their layouts, which has been very satisfying. And also quite a marked difference from the original SMB3. Where everything is on the extreme short side. Okay, having a boot available allows me to get through some of the areas we saw earlier. That we'll try to go back to. Yeah, see what the eventual passage will be here. 50 coin... We'd have to basically drop in We'd have to take a flying boot to the ending and then wrap around up top. I think that's sufficient to get the 50 coin. Or we find something matching it in the other side. Whoops. I can't. Oh, bad idea. We dropped it completely. Okay. Do we get another one? Yes, we do. Nope, hang on. Same thing. Let's do this again. I thought I'd reach it with the boot, and then I changed my mind about that just a moment too late. Nothing. That's okay. Worth checking. And then we'll wrap around back here. And then this allows you to come back here without Divine Climb, passing over this segment here, and then yeah, that's I'm explaining quite a bit about the rest of the layout. Now, we I think still can't really much else there, but let's grab the boot and just backtrack. Now we can pass this. That's the we wanted, and yeah, that matches the poison mushroom on the other side. And we have a self-guided boo ride, which is always a fun mechanic. One of the first things I played with the Maker 1, in fact. So try to figure out the self-guided boo ride. Oops. We better reload this. I'm glad that maneuver worked. Because otherwise we would have some trouble getting out of here. Now the thing is, do we want to go low or high? Well, I guess this allows you to wrap around, like we saw previously. And this one has wings. Not much to see over there, though. Oh, that's gonna drop. Hang on. We know we want to check this. Nothing. Oh, uh-oh. Whoa. There we go. Oh, we didn't check the door on the left side there. This gets you the gold, but we'll go back in there, though, to get the 50 coin and also to check the door. That was visible in that location. You were worried for the boot for a moment? Yeah, rightly so. Oh no, never mind. That door isn't actually reachable from here. That's just a door that we passed through on the way, right? Let's check here. Yeah, no, that's the boot. That's the door that we saw much earlier in the level. Because I remember checking that top corner. Whoops, there we go. So yeah, the 50 coin is essentially just a boot check at the very end. I wonder how much we missed. Because it seemed like there were a couple of branching passages there, but maybe everything was just kind of part of the main route, but it seemed open at the time. So, thank you for the GG. Yeah, very satisfying to see how that was put together. You feel like I found everything? I guess we'll find out. Oh, it's going to be something from Nabuz, who's kind of a mechanism master. One of the people who really refined the art of detection mechanisms early on in this game. I should get back to playing some of his creations in Baba Is You, actually, because he's one of the few people I know in Mario Maker who did put some time into custom creations when the Baba Is You level editor was released a few years ago. We spent a few streams on that at the time, but didn't really keep up with it. But yeah, always happy to see something new from Nabuz here. Especially because we'll see what kind of mechanisms he has lined up for us in a traditional format in Malware Manor. Trapped in a glitchy simulation, Luigi must find and excise the source of the program's bugs before he can return to the real world. But the computer has generated a terrifying gauntlet, and with Luigi reduced to ones and zeros, no one can hear him scream. Okay. Love this fence design. We've really seen a lot of arrow artwork all over SDB6. Anyway, if you tap this, then you've got the glitch effect, which also does the state switch temporarily. Love how it kind of matches the length of the sound effect, too. That's specifically what it's trying to do. Yeah, again, on-off switching mechanisms, very much a hallmark of what Nabuz does in Maker 2. Oh, whoops. And of course, this is immediately similar to some of the remote switching off blasters, probably with a bomb activation or something, although it's repeatable, so maybe not. That's some kind of repeatable offset mechanism here that gives us the state switch. Similar in feeling to, I think it was Cypher's level in World 4, the one that I found very impressive with some of the seesaw offset switches. Whoops. Let's actually mind the timing here. This is very temporary. And you need to be very quick to get the 10 coin unless you have a way to backtrack. This looks like a backtrack. Oh, nope. And that's what it baits you into doing. Absolutely doable. We just need to not get tripped up. Kritoff, you'd think this was the only level where it was flawless and like the first draft. Yeah. Seems like he does sit on a lot of concepts like this and have them ready to go sometimes. Whoops. I mean, I've playtested enough of his levels in the past as well that I've seen that, you know, even when they're in a partial state, usually that just means that it's a very polished level that might be, say, 2/3 of the way done, where everything you see is still... We keep doing this. Everything you see is still pretty much ready to go. It's just a matter of fleshing out whatever was still in development. And okay, let's actually mind the stretch booze for once. Because that's the thing that's catching me out here, is just we need to time this in such a way that the stretch booze are a minimal nuisance. Oh, and I just got tripped up there anyway. It's always nice to see gimmick or mechanism-based levels where, from the player's eye view, the mechanic is sort of just immediately clear, where you can think about it as what it looks like holistically, which is, you know, hit the switch and you get the glitch, if you really want to rhyme it. And you know, from a player's perspective, you don't need to think about the underlying mechanism. You can just sort of read the big aesthetic object that it represents, if that makes any sense. And know what to do that way. Oh, that looks optional. With a light that gets you up to the 30 coin up these steps. I guess we'll take a dive against that. Too bad. We might have needed that flower. And that's okay. The important thing is 30 coin obtained, and then yeah, you just need to be fairly swift here and then miss that stretch boo. And this kind of time segment, oh, we missed it, unfortunately. I think we have to take a dive to get it, but we'll see how it reloads in the next room, because I think, yeah, I think we have to take a dive for it. Okay. Grab the shroom. Get a stretch boot under the switch here is kind of a nice touch. In terms of giving you a bit of visual pressure. Oh, whoops. Took too long on this one. But we made it, and we'll make it a checkpoint, so. Not much of a disadvantage doing that. In fact, 10 coin over here, great. I guess in a dark level, I suppose that was slightly out of the way. And of course, in a dark level, this also gives you lights to work with. Because they'll now double as light switches, which is really nice. There we go. It's just trying to pop that one as much as possible. We'll leave the flower there for a moment in case we take a hit within range of it. And then, oh, that looks like something above. No, it's not. It's ceiling. Okay. Looks like there's going to be a back and forth segment where we have to run ahead, get a key, and come back. And then, yeah, we need to erase all this that's coming through. On the right side. And then, oh, bad timing. Oh. We get a second shot at that? No. Guess not. We might want to go back for that. Because there's clearly a passage that will drop you from the top. But unfortunately, we will need to redo the level to catch it, though. And we'll do it. We'll just replay it until we can see whatever's at that other exit. Which, again, is just entirely a matter of planning the timing, which we can sort of rehearse with this switch and just hit it over and over again until we know when to jump. We're just slightly off that time. Yeah, kind of a classic Nimbus level in some ways. Built around this very intuitive switching mechanism that is just very easy to see. We've seen some of those coins already. We'll bypass the ones that we've previously collected just for simplicity. Unless, of course, we die immediately. Oops. And then we'll just get hit by the stretch boos every time. Well, anyway, let's not have to do too much of that. Yeah, the stretch boos are there specifically to trip up your intended timing a little bit. If you have something clear in mind. So we previously did see that pipe and we obtained everything there, so no need. Fire Flower is not going to kill anything here, but gives you some damage protection. And yeah, we previously got that, so that's fine. We just didn't get it safely. Okay. Back and forth over here. Nope, we need to do this again. We know we're going a bit slow, then just have to go for it immediately. Whoops, that's okay, we've got more fire. Then we'll see where to go from here. And this is just a back and forth for the key. Oh, no, hang on. Oh. Now here's the thing, though, is that if you take damage, then you can just let it bypass you and run safely. Anyway, whoops. Of course, ideally, you don't want to take damage. But yeah, the walls don't outright kill you. The buzzy walls, rather. So, not a real material threat unless you need to power up for something secret at the end, which is possible and which would make that fuzzy wall make sense. Okay, let's do this again. And new areas, welcome. You're up super late once again. Yeah, glad to hear it. This is a very nocturnal friendly stream for all of the obvious reasons. Okay, so here we need to catch the timing. I'm going to watch the clock. 3:30. 3:27. So 2.5 seconds we jump. So for example, we see 3:20, 3:20, 3:18.5 jump, 3:17 blinks off. We'll see, otherwise we need to redo the whole level. 3:07. Too soon. And then, yeah, we need to redo it now because we missed it once again, and there's no death that we can take here, I don't think. Unless one of the icicles would kind of like to fall down. Alright, let's do it again. Slightly off. Even with practice. And let's just not get caught by all the usual things. I say as I get caught by one of the usual things. Anyway, checkpoint. But yeah, it's sort of interesting that, you know, even with more mechanically complex levels like this one, that given the principle to still have, whoops, traditional Mario-style checkpoints that force the mushroom, that, of course, every concept still has to work, regardless, which definitely rules out some kinds of mechanisms like power-up detectors, for instance, unless it's in a very controlled circumstance when you get the power-up at checkpoint. But also some other concepts. of the sort that, you know, led people to always peel off the mushroom and make it one. That's what we were talking about earlier. But regardless, we've seen so many interesting concepts one after another make it work, and it's been a really diverse set of levels to dig into in that respect. Very little redundancy, if any at all. We didn't need to grab that flower, that's okay. Fumble around in the dark and then go straight for the key, pop this, and go straight back. Have a very gentle landing. Mechanism behind the scenes is pretty wild, yeah. I wonder if we'll see a reveal. Okay, so we were slightly early last time. So for example, let's say we were at 320. And then you kind of have to jump right before 317. So let's say we go at 310. This was the timing we had last time. Down to the second. There we go. One up. Off of a claw, presumably, but on the third try, we finally got this in. Oh, it's just a one-up, actually. No additional room or anything in between. But then I wonder what's up with this column above the one up here. We should see if that is anything. Like we missed a leaf somewhere that we could fly with so we could get poked by the icicles. Let's see if we missed something. Nope, that just looks like it's an empty column, right? Oh, because it's part of the whole... Yeah, no, that was the blaster column that was eliminated when we opened up the gate. That's why. That's why it's an open column. Because it's the blaster wall. And so there's nothing to see up there, and the icicles are well out of range. Both at the entrance and the exit. Really, for aesthetics. So I think we might have caught everything. We entered that type room. I'm looking at this because there's a room here in main world in the top middle. I'm just trying to remember if we did see that. There was a coin I did miss. Okay. Was there? Let's check again. This is quick enough that we can redo it. Unless you missed that I got a coin. Yeah, I'll go through it and I'll check because we... caught a lot of things that were slightly out of the way. We definitely caught this 10. Because I just backtracked from this switch to do it. We definitely caught this room here, which gives you the 30. And again, I haven't been tracking exhaustively, but we've got a 10 out of 30 so far then. Whoop. And then we definitely got this 10 before. And then there was another one in the top corner. So 10, 10, 10, 30 is accounted for. So maybe I didn't get 50? I've lost track of whether I'm in the main world or... Oh no, this is the dark world, so this is subworld, which means that we should look for a blue pipe exit somewhere with the 50 then. And it's a dark room, so in this whole dark sequence in the middle, it's quite possible in this whole area here that we missed something. I don't know. We would see a good visual clue for it. So for example, this walls you off. So when you hit that switch, you don't have access to anything down here. I see some ground down here though. Oh. There's the 50. Okay. I saw the boo, I just didn't really see the ground tile until the last minute, and so I think that's all accounted for at this point then. 3 10s, 30, and a 50, yeah. Okay, let's close it out, and if we take a ton of deaths, we'll live with that. But we might as well clear out this attempt, and then even get this bonus a second time. Okay, very satisfying piece. Item booze, as always. And here's Leta again, dilapidated domicile. Let's read the description for this one as well. Once I dig it up on my other screen. Dilapidated domicile. This ostentatious abode, humbled by time, may no longer house life, but it is far from lifeless. As Luigi walks the halls, he begins to wonder if their old residents ever really left. Let's see it. And yeah, thank you once again for the GGs. Of course, I'm curious as to whether we can jump this right away, and we can. A lot of ghosts everywhere, though. Always checking spots like this for symmetry. But it looks like this is just a passage that gets you over to one up over here. You're in the exterior of the mansion. Or we'll just pluck all the coins from the garden, all the cash crops. And so there is a coin path with a vine in the left side, which we will of course check first. But nope, hard block. Okay, I guess that's Spiny Helmet waiting to happen. Look at his boo just hanging around under the crate over here. Donut blocks up above, that's a drop. And then this just tells you to go this way, followed by this boo ring, and it looks like some kind of state switching is going to open this up and crack open the question block in the middle. It looks like red pipe is prominently marked as, whoops, main path forward, so we should proceed further and explore before we do that. That's the assumption anyway. But yeah, it looks very much like a spiny hat spot on the top left. Unless there's some other mechanism trigger for that. Like bombing it from up top or something. Oh, I don't know why I'm missing these jumps. Okay, we'll check that in a moment. We obviously want the state to remain as is before we enter that, but I just want to check this area here. Oh, it looks like maybe this is a more comprehensive way forward, so let's actually get in there and... Oh, unless it's saying skull because there's nothing there. Yeah, it's just there to give you the boo ring. Which means that the boo ring gets blocked off later once you do have a state switch. Which I certainly think is coming. And 10 coin down here. I wonder why. I guess if you drop that flimsy lift, then you drop out towards the 10, but then why would it go down on a coin trail? I guess we'll have to find out Down. Then why these coins here? Oh, because you're supposed to drop from the donut. I see. Yeah, because now I may have created a problem for myself. Unless we go back and reload that platform. Yeah, you're supposed to drop from the donut. So, hang on. Got a bit thrown off by the booze there. But yeah, I just want to respawn the flimsy lift that I dropped prematurely. And that would be the way forward. Okay, now let's just drop in immediately, and then, whoop. Oh good, we intersected the spawn animation for the boo ring and came out unscathed. Yeah, because here you just drop this way, and then you retain these platforms. So there is going to be some kind of doubling back at some point, rather obviously. And this is also just going to be an optional path going this way. Yeah, as a branch off of the left side there. Now we missed whatever power-up this was. P-switch up there, though. P-switch up top. Not yet, we don't. We'll put out the lamps. Yeah, look at how those coins were dangling from these chandeliers overhead, essentially. And then there's the goal right there already, which means that, yeah, there's going to be some kind of big second run. I don't know if, I was assuming it was a backtrack, but it could actually be just coming forward through the whole thing with a state switch manipulating the whole level and coming through this gate at the end. So checkpoint over here, and then we will see where to go from this point. Oop. Leaf will be helpful. No real flight points anywhere here, but we can float our way around. So yeah, state switch and backtrack for the 10. Presumably. And then Leaf will get you through this. Which means we will have to crouch and bounce, I think, and then run our way all the way around using ice momentum until we have crouched our way over to the 50 coin on the top left with the leaf. Nope. Fortunately, we lost it. And we won't get a leaf here? Yes, we will. Okay, so we can try again. Great. Very generous of this level to let me do that, instead of just having to abandon ship over here. Okay. No more coin trails to work with, but that's okay, we don't need them. And then, oh, missed the crouch. So we'll go back and try it again. No, we need to not float, because doing the tail whip float gets me out of the crouch, as we know very well. Just a bit of an instinct to do it, so we just need to make sure we max out our momentum with the standard jump. And then, that's the 50. And then here is the central switch of the level. Oh, and it's going to be a boo wall. Surely one of the classic Mario Maker mechanics, the boo wall. Seems like we see those all over the place. Unfortunately, no more Leaf and no more Mario either. Oh, whoops. Because it seems like I should probably try to keep the leaf all the way through after the chase. We'll see, first of all, if there's a good way for me to pick up some power-ups from my backtrack first. And then we'll do that. And then take way too much damage. And so much for the idea of having it a leaf. But that's okay, we'll do the run here anyway, and if it turns out there's a good reason to keep a leaf all the way to the very end, which there might be, then we'll redo it. But no room for error at the moment. And we need to watch out for the stretch boo there. Love the hello sound effect there, by the way. Very beautifully timed and placed. Let's go back for the mushroom first, though. Kind of a perfect hello effect. It had me at hello. So when you go back through this pipe, obviously the path to the goal to the right side is available right away. Unless, of course, there's a boo wall chase that is also spawn blocked here that forces you to go back and around, which might be the case. But there's, of course, lots and lots to look at on the left side there, so I kind of think that there is going to be something like a boo wall that forces us back. But nope. That's fine. Let's just get the switch and get out. Whoops. Yeah, the scroll tugs quite a ways over. Oh, whoops. Just spilled here a bit. Because the scroll break really kind of pulls the whole screen violently to the right before you realize moments later that you have to go the other way. And then we'll go around this side and proceed. We'll just let this one come down. It's on the clock. Let's keep that in mind just as a visual reference where we'll find it after we pop all this. Okay, and then, oh, really lurches over. Now, in this area, going to be a continued chase on this side. It's a gate. And we'll have to go all the way around the mansion to reopen that gate, as expected. That was absolutely what I thought would happen. Yeah, because it looks like there's going to be maybe a switch at some point. Oh, look at that boo coming out there too. We still haven't seen what's going on with that P-switch in terms of how it will be accessed. It might be a continuation of a previous P-switch for all we know. Also, oh, we can no longer drop these, so I missed this previously, did I? No, I think I got it. Yeah, no, this is the split. It's just that we no longer have some of the walls that were previously here. And we have an optional checkpoint for those of you not going for speed records, which also forces the off state coming here, so nice way to do that. Let's just get the boo out of the way first, I think. And we've got that 10 coin previously, so not too fussed about it. Oh, bad timing. And this is going to block off the boo ring and send us through here. Yeah, we'll just backtrack all the way. Yeah, very sizable scope it is for backtrack level. Also, did this break by itself then? Yes, it did. So, it was not, as I suspected previously, some kind of spiny. I also didn't go through the initial door down there. It's too bad we're trapped here now, because it was obviously worth checking to go back to the mansion exterior, and I almost feel like we need to replay to catch that. And see if it was any kind of state switch secret in the first part of the level. So yeah, on-off switch boo wall, that's also kind of a classic maker trope at this point. We totally got caught by the pattern though. And so, if there's some reason that I would... Oh yeah, there's no point in going up through that P-switch. That's going to be nothing against the ceiling there. If there's some reason that we need to leaf at the very end as we get to the gold card, I'm sure we'll see it. But at the moment, let's just proceed this way and not hit too much along the way. And yeah. Kind of wonder if anything's breakable with the leaf here, like if you can go up to those donut blocks now by flying up. I don't know if we can get enough flight distance for it, but yes, you can, and there's the 30. And Ritofi, you're saying, oh no? Why oh no? Because I might have potentially broken something? Or exposed a break? Oh, I can't get through here. Oh no, for the death right at the end. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that happens. Okay, let's get through here quickly. And we just need to do this accurately in sequence to go through like this. Oh, no. That's okay, it'll back out that way. Oh. Yeah, I guess it must be on a mole stack or something down below because of the way that it's tracking me no matter how far I'm going here. So, obviously something to check here. No, nothing. Now, given that we're in the off state, yeah, we probably don't want to spawn through here and back because that would just reload the mechanism, wouldn't it? Unless there's something permanent that was broken from a bomb gate or something. I feel like we don't want to check that. Let's just do this. So yeah, I got to 50, got to 30. I think things were generally accounted for. A lot of the 10s on the way. Just looking at this quickly, we see the checkpoint room. The pipe is accounted for by the P-switch. And yeah, it's just a switching mechanism, it seems, that's in the top middle of the first area. That's not reachable for us. So I think we accounted for everything I see in the main world anyway. St. Buigi's Shrine. Brick 101. Now, Brick 101 is someone who also goes way, way back. I believe that's Brick 101's multi-part Mario 64 series. That was a remake of Mario 64 over several levels back in Maker 1. And that was one of the last things I played in Maker 1, and I'm told that that was actually one of the seminal levels or series of levels that originated the whole idea of the sort of hub structure for pink coin checkpoints. And so Brick 101 is kind of a historically significant maker in that respect. And is someone whose Maker 2 output I actually have hardly looked at, I think. But yeah, I don't think I've really played very many of the ones on this list at all. Whoops, oh, hang on, accidentally closed the whole list. Let me load that back in. Just nudged the wrong button there for a moment. But the level description for St. Luigi's Shrine. We'll read that in a moment. Yeah, just World 7 for us today, obviously, given the current pace we're on. When a living being dies, its body may return to the earth, but its soul remains. However, in St. Luigi's Shrine, there supposedly exists a way to condemn spirits to the underworld while reanimating their empty corpses. It is a twisted ritual that Luigi must begin in order to track down a fiend who has fled to the land of the dead. But he must take care not to get trapped here himself. So, let's take a look. The cover artwork is really quite something to look at here. I guess that's the Luigi that we've been told about, who's saying 7-4 or 750 coin 4 as it may be. Let's take a look. Okay, have a key that it's holding on to. I guess this is the Luigi of Legend. Have to admire the pixel artistry, and thank you so much for the follow. I guess we should check this. I don't know what this is artistically, but we'll find out. Also notice 5 pink coins in this level. Oh, okay, this is a flip. And a flip that has a pink coin associated with it, but we can't reach that yet, can we? Yes, we can. Sort of interesting that you've got bones here instead for upside down Luigi. And we'll try to make heads or tails of the pixel art here. Whoops. There's another pink coin that is locatable here, but we can't quite reach it currently. Possibly we need to reverse. But if you reverse it, you don't get a pink coin on this side of the layout. It's just on the opposite side, obviously. 30 coin on this side. We just don't have the means to reach that right now. Possibly with a P-switch, or with a boot that would allow you to jump on top of the boo. But yeah, we've got a pink coin to account for here. Possibly it's a coin collection for the key door. We should jump for 10 coins. Come on. There we go. I knew I was tall enough for this ride. Can't get up on top of the red block there, though. Oh. This is not a matching block. However, this is the kind of thing that maybe we should look for that other coin that we saw earlier. Another pink coin. I wonder if any of these fall into opportune locations where they give us tracks in critical positions. Like this one, for instance. That's what I was thinking. It seemed like that was the kind of mechanism we would be looking for, or something to load in over here. I wasn't really following the track on the top level here, but it seemed like something was bound to hit. Oh. checkpoint with 2. I think we should check if there is a matching checkpoint in this area here, just in case. And yeah, as you can see, these actually give you clues for the inverted mansion in terms of where to find everything. This also potentially gives you light for the 30 coin. There we go. We better loop around this way again. Also, then that might give you flight for the question block. Let's take a look. I don't know if we have enough running distance anywhere here. Ooh, that's interesting. Except I died. Immediately. We should keep an eye out for what we might want to use the star for. That seems very significant. So 30 coins accounted for, we're not going to worry too much about that. Main thing I'm thinking about with the star is that that's one thing that would cut through the big bones. We should look for anything that might be gated by an enemy only killable by the star. Which eventually would get you through the key door, but... Oh, whoops. Too busy watching the level and not Mario's feet on the ceiling. Anyway, we know how to get to the star. We know there's a fire flower here that's reachable, potentially. We haven't even tried this part yet, that's why. And we lost it immediately. Okay, fine. I was thinking, given the layout, there's nothing there, but we will nevertheless try for that flower. Carefully. On-off switch over there. That's interesting. And massive scroll break, obviously. We better check the pipe on this side first before we do anything rash with that. And yeah, because there is a coin that we should be looking at. I was actually just wondering if things like checkpoints would match on this side. I guess we'll take the leaf. It's still too useful. And on-off switch is reachable here if we get a flight point, but I think it's set up in such a way that we can't really conveniently get flight. Everything is staggered specifically to prevent that. This looks essentially kind of like a... not a safety coin necessarily, because it's not like it's the last coin before you. Something you can drop. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, no, that is a safety coin then. At least we should treat it that way. So we still have one coin though to go for. And I still don't know what that star was good for. Now we can make this follow us for as long as we want. Oh. Okay, so you're not allowed to do that. It's just there to match the other room aesthetically. Alright. Worth a try. So we need to keep our eyes peeled for the last coin because we have the safety coin on the door accounted for. Now we don't have a good way to get up to the on-off switch just yet. And we know that coins can't be placed on either the right side up or upside down zone. We just haven't looked at it exhaustively yet. Nope. Just combing through all of this part of the layout carefully to see if we missed any coins necessarily. Previously we saw the power of mushroom forming thing, so this gives you a star, but let's see. What is reachable with a star? We need to figure that out. Oh, if I can. Okay, so we're going to back up quite a bit here. Well, we figured out a good amount. So we know we're not allowed to hit the one on the other side. If we're not allowed to hit that, then let's see. Yeah, once again, just inspecting carefully for coins in case we see something, because there is a natural entrance. Mostly I'm just pink coin hunting right now, visually speaking. Yeah, and then this shows you which blocks to hit to get platforms. And yeah, this just makes the opposite of the other room. Flipping the question blocks and the empties. Okay, still no sign of a scroll break here or anything to do with the on-off. Again, likeliest candidate is just to get some running speed and some flight. But I'm not seeing an appropriate location. We may need to come carefully over the surface again. We'll see. The star. Let's check the matching room again. Yeah, I mean, that just tells you it's a spot to check. Nothing more than that. This might be interesting. Yep, thought so. I'm still thinking about that star. So everything here seems accounted for coin-wise. I wonder what we're missing. Well, let's move on up. And float. So we can get some kind of run here. Just don't see how I'm missing one coin. There's something layout that I'm not perceiving accurately. Oh, whoops. So if we don't have flight here, and we're not allowed to toggle it on the other side. Remaining solutions are, well, we have a spring here potentially. We could fly here potentially, but it's hard to make the case for something locked to the leaf when we have a finite number of them to pick up. Could be some slot that these don't have over me yet. Okay. Some mechanisms at least are going to work as intended. Yeah, we don't want to grab that one yet. This top left here shows promise. We picked up a 30 before. Yeah, we're just looking for the pink coin right now. That we're missing one, and given the precedent set by this level, it could just be a very faint pink gleam that's just completely disguised by another object. After this, nothing. Oh. Wait. Oh no, this was already open. Okay. We're only missing some major clue here to work with. Because you're supposed to hit this, get a scroll break, and then see what happens over there. But it's got a bit complicated here, and we're still missing one coin. So unfortunately, no leaf to continue that line of inquiry, but let's see. Well, we know this just toggles to switch automatically. This arrow looks like it might be significant. Oh, probably because it's pointing to the business here. And oops. Yeah, I just don't see which coin we're missing. I mean, the glows can be so faint. Whoops, time's up. Okay, well, first of all, let's mop up the things we do know. Not this, but what was it that we... had that item for auction? I think I have it, in fact. So... in that case, why am I this lost? So, they're fine. Star having some expectation here right before the hype kind of leads me to believe that some kind of major shakeup is going on. Let's see. If I hit those. I mean, I wonder if this kind of matches the switches on the other side. Let's see. Probably not, but let's take a look. So we know this. That was a very convenient fall, not really entirely intended. Yeah, the thing is, there's very little I can demonstrate right now as to what the obstacle will be. The fire flower was the previous room we need to be tall. Okay. There we go. No side effects whatsoever. Oh, okay, that was it all along. Okay, yeah, because even though it's on the right side of the layout, it does match what is right side up and on the left side of the layout in the other half. So, okay, we finally progressed, except we're missing some of my coins, so maybe there's a fourth coin that's available further out. Okay, so everything's fine. Oh. Except, of course, we are still missing out one coin. Wonder if we can get on top of this here. Then we could see how that goes. I'm just looking through this very, very carefully, which is why I'm taking my time. I'm just trying to find if I can just see whatever will be usable for snacking and such other utility features. That's background art. Star 2 through a line. So I mean, the key doors obviously a promising exit. We just don't see anything associated with that. I could look at this pretty carefully at this point, but so this matches, and then what? Yeah, I don't see how I've come over this whole thing a few times, and maybe it's an exit we can't reach, but no matter what, I'm just not getting the count up to 5. The pink coins. We only just have this one dangling. So this looks like it might be something up top, perhaps. Okay, I can't seem to find it. And that kind of seems like it's a standard exit because I can't find any standard exits yet either. So we need to be using these block clues more often than we have. Whoops. Because they do clearly highlight what to hit in the other zone. Oh, whoops. I was trying to jump up there. Nope, nothing up there. This was the other coin. We're still missing a coin though. I wonder if we were down by a coin to begin with in some of the areas that was seen. Possibly we just don't have the piece to do it and that we're supposed to maybe get ready to craft it. We'll keep some cash in reserve too. Do something about that. But the problem right now is that I can't even find a standard exit. Never mind anything secretive. We've previously been able to get the 30 coin with the leaf, but what? Whoops. Can you see on the left side what the leaker account is on this side? Yeah, I just don't really see it. I mean, it could be buried under something here. Oh, oops, no, wrong. You try to give a hint if you like. Yeah, I'm trying to match the MTP blocks to actual blocks. Let's think about this, because we know on the other side you've got this block that's off to the side. It's already been accounted for, though. Oh, you know what? We just need to... Well, no, we already know that under the key door on the other side we need to hit these to enter. Kind of wonder if we can get on top of that. With flight, for instance. We can regain flight. Okay. So we're still really just down by 1 coin. Everything else in this sequence is pretty clear. Okay, so just looking at what else we haven't matched between the two zones. We know that we could load something here and use it to jump onto something that seems out of reach. One up here. Yeah, that just matches. Oh, whoops. Yeah. Would have been nice if we could find another checkpoint to save our progress past going to, but we'll do what we can. I mean, I guess best way to do this is to have a very controlled yes or no question, which is, for the coin that is unaccounted for, have I actually seen it on screen at this point, or am I still supposed to be searching? Because I don't believe I've seen it. And then, yeah, that just bumps you. I mean, it could be something that matches the door on the other side. That's a distinct possibility. No? Yeah, because I'm thinking, you know, this red block here, that the red block matches the red coin, so it's not that. Oh yeah, you're saying no that I haven't seen it on screen previously. Yeah, okay. That's actually important to know. Oh, whoops, no. Let's go back. Because I don't think I got on top of this previously. Oh, nothing. Well, I'm trying to look for new zone transitions, but yeah, because we see the 10 coin here. I'm just trying to match visual clues between the different zones and try to figure out what that is. Nope. Nope. Let's see. It's just the one coin. Because everything else has been mapped out. That we just grab the coin. Or expression over here. You're not allowed to hit that. You are allowed to, whoops, hit this. Oh, what about the signage? I've been looking at this for a while. I wonder if I can manipulate some of that positioning. Nope. Well, I grab the coin. Gonna lose to safety on this one. We haven't checked the ceiling here yet. Above this. Interesting. But nothing. No, I've been running around in circles and I see nothing that resembles an entrance. May just be muscle memory talking. So you bounce to this guy. I'm just trying to think about whether there's something else that I can use to climb up to the top there. Yeah, because the thing is, until we find that, we don't even know the standard exit out. The star could get you. Yeah, because the camera is just out of range for seeing that in action. Let's see, and this one's out of ideas. I can't believe I don't see it after all this time. Let's look. Because it's a very faint pink glow that has to happen. So I'm starting from checkpoint. Given that I'm starting from checkpoint, is it actually obtainable from this point? I guess that's what I want to know. Because I wonder if I just missed an opportunity somewhere in the way that you're kind of expected to have 2 pink coins at this point. I should be able to obtain it. Well, first of all, let's do the busy work a little bit and grab the coin that I know I have. Immediately placed in a skull. We need to look at each of the drawings, each of the patterns to figure out where the next skull may be. After that, whoops. And for that matter, what the colors matter. So, we had this. This. And no, hang on, I've totally lost track. Just don't see where it could be tucked away. I'm looking at all of these layouts carefully. Yeah, because we've looked over this whole area. I mean, some things are maybe slightly out of range camera-wise, but... So, yeah, there's this here. We've already matched that, though. And seeing how it turns out. I've been stuck on this one coin for the longest time at this point. That does seem strange. I'm just trying to look very carefully at some of the blue platforms as well in case this guy's any kind of problem. We know how to get up to the 10 coin, we know how to fly up to all that. We've done flying over and past it. So we definitely have some kind of massive tunnel vision problem here, I think. Where I'm just not seeing where that's supposed to be located. Grabbing this. And is there something that's above that? Let's check. Oops. Oh no, mistake. Although the fact that we can obtain a shell might be significant. Oops. I can't believe we're this stuck on just one single coin. But yeah, we might need to be big for this one. We didn't really do anything with this arrow. Should probably go to bed in 12 minutes. Yeah. That's understandable. Toffee. Thanks for staying for so long. I guess I can trust your judgment for if there's something that's kind of relatively non-spoiler that you can say about whether we're totally barking up the wrong tree. I'm sure you'll be cautious about that appropriately, while saving me oodles of time. So we've seen a couple of different places that we could potentially fly to with the Tanuki raccoon tail, but yeah, hard to find the right balance for hints. The thing is, like, we've seen a double toggle here. And it tends over here. We see this arrow basically pointing it back. Looking closer at the clues is all you can say. Yeah, because they're... So for example, if you look at the one where we did find a coin, because the problem partly I think is that I don't remember what the clues looked like for 1 and 2 because we just kind of grabbed them and didn't really think about them at all. But for example, if you see red block, right? Red block means red coin in the other area, and we've seen that already, and we know that. And I've kind of had that at the back of my mind because we know that the red block matches this, for instance. We know that red block matches this, and then that's one that we got previously, right? Yeah. And so we know that's consistent. That red up here matches red down there, and so on. This was the one where on the other side we used the skull platform on the rail to get it. Yeah, it may just be some late game tunnel vision here. That we know that matches the star. We know this is a coin that we had previously obtained, right? Oh! Maybe we're missing something in this spot here. And then we would need a feather, and then... But then it wouldn't be a pink coin, though. It would Yeah, the thing about pink coins is that they are going to be visible in the field, so why would this signify... Because, no, this matches the other side though, right? This matches the reverse side because you flip the whole thing over. We should think about that in a subjective sense, that we're flipping the mansion. Because we know this gets us nothing. But then, yeah, we know that that matches the safety coin on the other side. What we don't have... So we have this management here. Maybe one of these platforms is actually safe. Nope. So how that one is matched. Whoops. Because we know that matches... But I'm looking at the clue blocks, and the thing is, even those, you know, we still don't have enough of those to work with. I only count 4. Yeah, because we found this one as a match. We found this one. What's not accounted for? So we found this one for sure. This was the third one that we located. So, is there a reason we didn't hit this previously? Did I just have a blind spot for this the whole time? Because we know about this, and we know about it for a long time, then how come I never actually hit this and got the scroll break? Were we just walking back and forth for half an hour without hitting the switch? We were. I come back here so many times, and the first time I came here, I said scroll break. And we've seen this layout over and over. So the whole time I was running around, and I just didn't hit this way. Well, okay. Alright, now we know where the safety is, and then, okay, fine, that was... This is how you know it's late in the stream. This is how you know. Yeah, the switch on the opposite side made a wrong noise, I know that. And then I was thinking... Oh, I didn't look at this block here. That's why I didn't read this as a red block. Yeah, that's right. I didn't read this as a red block. That's the whole thing. That's the thing I was blind to the whole time. Because I was thinking about how this sort of matches the left side of the level as well, right? Like it's kind of like flipping the whole thing over, but can't believe we missed that for so long. And then we do need to get this out of the way so we can hit whatever this is, and we'll see if we get a checkpoint past this point because we need one. We needed one rather badly. Yeah, I can't believe we spun our wheels for that long. on something that simple, but it was bound to be something simple at that point, though. Now, here's the other thing. We know there's a star that's obtainable on the other side. The thing that occurs to me immediately is to kill this Boo with a star. Oh, except we hit the checkpoint, so we can't do that anymore. Because we would have been able to kill this. And potentially... Well, oh, here's another break over here. Here's something else significant. Hang on. Well, I guess we'll have to see what awaits us on the other side. I think this is just a flip. Yeah, the whole thing here is just a flip. I think it was a matter of overthinking things. Yeah, very much so. Time up. So here's the thing. Why would we want this star? Because the star potentially... I think could only last long enough to get us something like this kill. I guess we should try to finish first, and we'll see whether that is likely to get me anything. Okay, upside down boom boom fight. Nope. Then we're going to get a scroll brick on either side at some point. There we go. That's the mushroom location. Okay, so let's get back to the boom boom fight if we can. Also, if this is matched, this should be a power-up. No, it's not. Okay, got one. Nope. A little bit difficult to wrap around that. That's okay, we'll get it. Yeah. Now we're almost back in business. Turn the TV upside down. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Except then the left and right would be flipped, right? Because this is a flip, it's not a rotation, so... Oops. Oh, bad idea. Well, nothing about a button remapping can theoretically fix... Whoops. Okay. What are we doing here at this point? Well, we didn't actually look at this at this point, did we? I feel like there's something climbable here. Oops. Wonder if we can take a point of damage there and spawn something that goes up. Interesting. That this will allow you to continue upward. Nope. If you had a leaf here, actually, that's not a problem. Let me just go up here first. Yeah, let's try to win the fight. Okay, there we go. Okay. Nope. Let's be cautious. Well, that was quite the sweep. Very quick. Nope. I don't think you can keep the star long enough to hit Boom Boom with it. It would just be too long a run. Yeah, Boom Boom really went through it. Went for it rather, just swung all the way across the screen. Oh, I keep thinking that I'll get that in the middle because I feel like it's a vine or something. But you have to be very accurate to get that without damage. I do want to try it though. Okay. Nope. Well, doesn't work if you're off center. Because I haven't been able to hit the central block at any point, and if it is a vine, then there's only one way to check. Inaccurately. Very different circumstance we had the leaf, of course. Because we could reposition all kinds of things. Oh, we missed it. Okay, let's just make another attempt here. Whoops. Oh, nope, too soon. I was hoping to catch Mundy. I'm swinging after the spike form, but rather too aggressive. No, you see, I keep missing. I just want to nudge that to see what's in it in case it's a vine, and at no point have I been able to hit that block. Nope, nothing. Okay, now we know. It totally is something up top though, but that... Oh yeah, that's the text. But in order to get that, you would need to get the... You would need to survive with the leaf intact. And we need to start over for that, which means that we may actually play this level a second time too. See that properly with leaf. I might even just start over now, but... Let's just try to win this fight. Nope. Trapped again. Well, now we know that we don't need to look for anything on that side, although of course it's unfortunate we a leaf handy at the moment. Okay. Nope. Going too aggressively here. An attempt to do this quickly. Nope. I want to get him to sweep low so I can get him high. There we go. Totally looks like a scroll break on either side, but what if we went through this door instead? Then is there anything that happens when we scroll back here? No. Well, worth a try. Let's get out of here before we get boom boomed again. And then, yeah, we go through the red pipe here in the Luigi face. Very striking room. But it looks like just this is a decorative boundary. There's nothing else to do with that, I don't think. Although if you were big, I guess you could punch some of this, but it doesn't do anything for you. And here we are. So we're going to do it one more time with a leaf, just to try to see the other decoration. But wow, that took entirely too long. And most of that was just a massive blind spot for that one coin. Just going back and forth and just not noticing I hadn't hit the on-off switch because I had hit the right side up one, but it didn't occur to me that I hadn't tried the upside down one. Or that I thought I was working towards reaching it, and it wasn't obvious to me how it was revealing the coin because we didn't see the clue. But anyway, we made it eventually. Let's see if we can actually finish World 7 today, because I'm beginning to doubt that too at this point. But let's try to recover the leaf. That was supposed to be a leaf, but we'll get another one. Yeah, the star is here. We don't know what the star does yet. Or rather, what it's best for. Coin is here, but we need to get the track set up here. That seemed like such a long time ago that we did this. Okay. Got those, then let's get the one at the end. Whoops. Oh, so much for having a leaf, but if we have a flower first, then we should be able to get a leaf off of a future block. Nope. Well, if we're big, we can still get a leaf off a future block. We should still be able to do that, I think, if we make it to the next room. Oh, yes, we also need this one right side up. Off the bed for you, Gratoffy. Yeah, thank you for joining us for so long. And yeah, I played Document's level before, actually, but I playtested it, so if my memory for it is adequate, then it shouldn't take too long. Oops. Oh, and we lost that, so much for the idea of keeping the leaf. I guess we bought this. No, then we have one more power-up opportunity after that, I think. Still. As long as we don't squander this one, too. Okay, so we have that. Is this a leaf? It is. Good. Because then we can see the room on the side. I don't think I'll redo Boom Boom. See what's going on with the star, but we'll come up, and here we go. 7-4, and that's the 50 coin that we saw in the cover art so long ago. Although, I guess if we... Oh no, we dropped through here, so we no longer have access to the star. Well, sure, let's boom him one more time, and if we lose, we'll just take the loss and move on to the next level. Oops. Okay. Shouldn't take too long with this. I think we just get them nice and low and... Nope. Definitely the slopes in the bottom throw me off a bit too. It was actually reasonably accurate this time, I say, as I take a hit. There we go. I think we're going to beat that 53-minute record, or whatever that was. 51 or 53. This is going to move much faster, except we don't have to leave to fly up above and see what is in this room, but we can just look at more info and see if maybe I missed something up top. Yeah, much faster that time. Yeah, you can kind of go up the steps at the end, but it doesn't look like there's anything else there. Up the rooftop, rather. After coming out of the face, but... doesn't look like there's anything else to discover. Okay, let's keep going. 7-5 Red Rum Reservoir. As I said, we had played an early version of this a few months ago. And I don't remember how exhaustive we were about the secret hunting then, but we'll see how much we remember. First of all, let's read the website description. Red Rum Reservoir. A shining example of document design. Swiftly rising acid means Luigi better find safe ground quickly, unless you join the scores of others who have been melted down to pure malice in this phantasmic flood zone. Okay. And then we'll see these boo columns come up. Kind of almost refreshingly linear after the massive exploration we saw previously, and we got just enough time here to grab first 10 coin, the second one as well, with this guy. Then, up we go. Oh. Just a little shy there of keeping the leaf, or whatever this was, and... oh, there was a P-switch there, wasn't it? Let's get out before the poison catches us there. And I see some coins in that previous passage. Oh yeah, we missed a passage on the left side there. Let's see if we can do it. But I think we might have required flight for that. I'm not entirely certain. We'll take a look. Yeah, that's totally a flight passage. You know what? Let's just start over to try to keep the thief this time. Of course, whoops. Previously, when we would have played this in an isolated setting, it would not have been in the context of knowing that all the SDV6 levels had that standardized 10, 10, 10, 30, 50 collectible design. So now we know to look for that as well. Okay, mushroom is important here, because then we've got lots of time to grab the 10. We previously got that 10. I'm satisfied with it. Nope, and we lost the thief right away. So, no, we want to keep it because we'll want to fly with it in the next segment. Yeah, and all the way over. Love that little skip there, which gives you ample time to grab what you need, and then of course we just slipped right off the gap that I made for myself. Okay, can be fairly swift about all this though, and well rehearsed at this point. I say just as I miss the mushroom. Little elevators and doorways are so nice, yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean with the decoration underneath to make them look like coherent entries and exits. These have all generally been very attractive levels to look at in often subtle background ways that we don't think of as drawing a lot of attention to themselves. And okay, got it. A little bit slow on it, but we made it, and we'll make it again. Cutting it close there. Oh, nope. Hang on. No, that's fine. We just need to run in the next segment here. Nope. Missed. Oh, okay. Have to do it again for the P speed. You didn't know Munchers can stop Monty Mole's rising? Yeah. Oh, you mean in terms of the booze coming up top using the mole lift? Yeah, it's a very neat effect. I had seen that previously in a mole puzzle level, I think, where you kind of have to unblock moles. But of course, this is a very specific effect. here, just loading the booze into place, in keeping with the haunted theme of the entire World 7 that we have here. Oh. Yeah, again, we're just trying to clear with the leaf. We were just a little bit sloppy about the flight on that last attempt with it. Yeah, at this point we'll skip over some of the coins that we've already obtained. Just for simplicity. Oh, nope. Although it doesn't help when you just miss the power-ups. Okay, got this. Okay. Nope. Thought I could reach that. I should stick to the plan. Getting a bit sloppy with the easy stuff. Oh, satisfying to catch that skip over to dry bones when we can, but when we can't, then we run into issues. Okay, can we? Yes. Here we go. And yeah, we've seen that previously, so just go this way and play it safe. Oh, nope, nope. Went just slightly too late that time and got caught in the corner because the Muncher platform was so high. So yeah, I'm just doing this to try to get the flight segment that's after checkpoint. Getting a little more well-practiced here, I guess, most of the time. The hammer is always a problem, because that's true of hammers in every Mario game. No. And again, just coming in a little bit slow there, I think. We were waiting too long for the leaf to come down. Okay, up we go. You just need to mind or head around certain corners. Much better that time. Then in the door. Okay, we don't need the one up here. Really? Aegis Cook, I'll answer that question about the speed in just a moment. I need to actually grab the 30, and we still have to grab the 50 after that thing. Oh. This is very quick. Now I don't know We missed a 50 at some point here. Whoa. Oh, that's a 10. Oh, no. We were late. So I don't know if we need flight at the very end to grab a 50. If we do, and I suspect we do, then we'll see what happens when we get to that segment. Oh, is it weird to assume it seems slow because of server closure, as you're saying? You mean in terms of the responsiveness of the network? When it comes to loading thumbnails and the like? So, oh yeah, we totally need flight to get up to the top. Let's do it. Which means starting over. Although this time we don't absolutely need to do the 30-coin flight segment necessarily. But you do need flight all the way to the end. Aegis Cook, it probably doesn't work that way when it comes to transfer speed, when it comes to ping time maybe, or things like multiplayer. I actually thought it was a problem on my end because my Switch in general has been having trouble with the Wi-Fi, being particularly sensitive to interference, I think, from other devices. I got my PC on wired Ethernet because you really should if you're streaming. Like, you should stream on Wi-Fi, but I've had to basically clear some other devices away from here to give my Switch a little less trouble talking to the modem. And I should really put the Switch on an Ethernet cable as well, but I don't have the adapter for that. And because I think some of the communications hardware on the Switch to begin with is maybe a bit light on power. You know, the Joy-Con Bluetooth transmission is kind of famously not that great. But I think the Switch's internal Wi-Fi antenna is definitely aging on me. So it might be that. I don't know that it would be necessarily a server issue unless, yeah, maybe there have been some signs of regional redistribution of the server load or something, but you're quite right that it has seemed slow. Okay, so we need to keep flight all the way to the end. It's going to be that we need to watch out for it here. I think the 30-coin passage is still going to be reasonably quick when it comes to getting out here safely without too much jumping. Oh, no. Well, of course, we just spilled out of here right away on the blue platform. So, yeah, we are going for true ending, and then we'll have one more level after that, and then we'll definitely be calling it at that point. Some levels went really briskly today, and then we had two of them that were basically an hour long. One of them because of how much we put into the secret hunt. and doing it in a totally convoluted fashion. And then one of them just now, of course, before this level, was just a case of tunnel vision and a bit of fatigue, which does happen late in the stream sometimes. We just have a massive blind spot for something simple. Quite like the setup for the optional objectives in this one, and so we find it worthwhile to try for it. Had to do a bit of a float at the end there. I'll get out and out again before everything comes up. And it does in fact come up. There's a bonus room. Hopefully we don't get caught here. Oh, it totally comes all the way up. Let's get out. And we're out. I think that's with all objectives acquired. Okay, that went well. I mean, I had some prior familiarity with it from months ago, but not so well that I would be able to pick out any of the minute bits of tuning Document has done since, because he definitely gets everything up to a very fine level of polish. There's no lack of checkpoint pitch shifter. There's one checkpoint. I had to restart because I had to keep the leaf. Because if you start at checkpoint, you don't get a second chance for the leaf. Because the checkpoint is right before the flight segment to get up to the 30 coin. So yeah, there is a checkpoint. And the pacing is fine. In general, I'm very happy with hard modes of levels that require you to start from the beginning, so long as the levels behave consistently enough that they can be mastered that way without too much guessing. You know, medium to high difficulty over very, very long stretches is very much to my liking, which is why I always talk at length about games like Tropical Freeze and in the extreme case, Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair. So, here's Zombigler Zeppelin. And let's take a look at this one. It will be our last one today, for sure. And I don't know how exhaustive we'll be about optional objectives, depending on how late we're running. Luigi just can't catch a break. If it's not haunted houses and ghostly graveyards, it's a zombie-laden Zeppelin. The mad composer Ludwig von Koopa is striking spooky symphonies from the sky, musically manipulating many mindless minions. Luigi must wind his way past the weird winged warriors, then use the glowing eyes of the undead army to navigate inside the pitch-black blimp itself to find Ludwig and bring his creepy concert to a close. It's very selectively alliterative. But let's take a look at Zombigler Zeppelin. So yeah, STB6 in general has been this unexpectedly massive experience. Judging by the previous Super World projects like this one, I did not expect this one to be this big in scale. I mean, we've been pretty careful about looking for secrets, I guess, but even so, everybody built their levels quite large. Yeah, with lots to discover. We will, of course, go for the 30. But yeah, I was originally thinking, oh, we'll probably do it in 2 streams and it'll be pretty relaxed. No, we are on stream 3. It's definitely going to take at least 4. And World 9 is a bit longer than the others too, so complete with the difficulty that we might expect from Worlds 8 and 9, we might have lots more coming. I'm looking at the ceiling there and thinking, oh, is that Spiny Hat? No. Nothing, that's just enclosed. Yeah, pitch shifter in the previous level, you thought the bonus level wasn't worth the effort? It's not that much more effort. You just need to be careful. I mean, if you want to blast through this whole set just for completion, I'm sure it would be much shorter than how I'm doing it. It could probably be even doable in a single sitting rather. But let's see here. Let's not drop this platform yet. Oh, okay. No, the Winkler walls you off. Or does it? Yeah, it does. I couldn't see because it's dark. Whether that was just an optional gate for something, but nope, seems not. Is that ice up top or just ground? Is ground. And we should actually trust the coins. That's okay, we just need a little bit of visibility around here. I don't know if there was anything to the left, but 50 coin down here, Yes, oh yeah, given a semi-solid there, that's exit only, but perhaps we need to get past the Wigglers and into a door that gets us there. We'll see, because maybe I missed the door to it previously and didn't know. 50 coin there. Yeah, we should actually check. Doesn't seem like there's anything there. So what you need to look out for a door. If we can find an optional door here somewhere. I'm not sure if it will be on this side or if we already missed it. Bit tricky to get that angle. Oh, no, there's ground underneath. I get the sense we missed a 50 coin door already. We'll check it. Yeah, you're saying a secret room is about risk versus benefit. The thing is, in Mario Maker, where if you're playing levels as singles where objectives like coins and 1-ups never really materially matter anyway, then I find that the benefit is just the satisfaction of getting into the secret room, right? Like, if it's well designed, then that is all the reward that I'm asking for. Is there something up top? Let me check. No. Yeah, if the challenge itself to get to a secret room, whether it's a mechanical challenge or a puzzle solving challenge, if that is satisfying to do, then I'm happy to do it. And as I talk about quite often on the stream, I think that's actually a very critical element of traditional Mario design that Mario Maker actually sort of discourages in some ways because it's so clear-oriented. I just wanted to check this segment down here. That was an intentional death to scan that location, because I'm still looking for the 50 coin door. Yeah, you always reward players with a shortcut when you add a secret. Yeah. makes sense for the level structure that you have. I mean, if you make it such that, you know, a designed speedrun path is also a hard path, that works out quite nicely. So at no point did we see a door that would get to the 50, but yeah, and you can't actually load a panel here. It has to be a door elsewhere. We just don't know where yet. Well, we'll have to keep eyes peeled for it. I just didn't see it at any point. Okay, and we know we can just drop down safely here. This is one spot that felt a little blind to me. Oh, actually, no, you just drop in the bottom right corner. That's how you get the 50 coin. There is a part where you can lower the blue panels. You just need to sneak over to that side. Yeah, here. That gets you to 50 coin. Yeah, man, you're saying sure, intentional death. There's a hotline for that. Oops. More accurately, I could say it's an exploratory death where, you know, it would have been nice if we lived, but the information was the point. Oop. Slipping off vines as usual. And yeah, we'll just slip right down for this guy. Bit of a blind drop here, that's the only thing. But as long as you trust that the level will be gentle with you, then most things here are pretty self-explanatory in terms of pattern. And then we'll bop this too. For the flower. Okay, living already. That's quick. I mean, we got the 30 and 50 and all that. That was actually pretty straightforward. It's a very gentle level compared to a lot of this world, in fact. I mean, it's a traditional world, everything's gentle, but still, I think it's kind of noticeable that we're not taking nearly as long. And that would have smashed them already. You like the visibility of this style and makes every enemy fair in the darkness? Oh, you mean in terms of the lighting that has been done? Yeah, the only issue I have with the lighting of this level is just that there are some places where I wasn't sure if there was something accessible behind one of the wigglers or... Now, P-Switch is going to turn Bowser around like this, but I'm not sure if... Yeah, no, I couldn't jump this, so... This is just a neat little bonus animation for you. Actually, it was supposed to be one that you hit when you hit the gold card and then walk across, I think. And then Bowser laughs at you as you enter World 8. But we didn't see that, so let's take this. Anyway. Yeah, very straightforward levels near the end there after the absolute marathon that was looking for that one coin in this one. And the very thorough secret hunt that we did in this one, so quite satisfied with what we got done today. We've got a lot of levels left. There's 6 in World 8, and then I think 9, actually 7, because there's the castle here, and then 9 in World 9, and so I'm not even sure we'll get through all of them in one stream without running quite long, given what we've seen so far, and how carefully we've been looking for optional content, because we got 12 levels done today, we got 12 levels done last time, and we have 16 coming up. So we might be in for a bit of a long session, particularly if we start getting lost and confused again like we did in that other level. But lots of great makers coming, many of whom we've already seen some of their levels in the project, some of whom we are looking forward to seeing for the first time in this set, but a lot of familiar names again as we make our way towards the close. So I'll be trying my best to finish Worlds 8 and 9 tomorrow, but again, we will see how long we run, and if I need to split it even further, then we'll do it. But it depends on just how advanced things get and how full of secrets they get, because the secret hunting in general has consumed most of our time and not really level difficulty as such, and as expected, and it's something I say as a good thing for a traditional style project. So very happy with what we saw today, and thank you to all the makers who managed to come by. I know some of them have drifted off or away, but we did have a couple of makers visit, and some more I'm sure who will be able to watch on the VOD instead of showing up for my totally inaccessible stream times. And of course, thanks as always to the people who dropped by and kept me company with this live, and I hope you get a chance to play some of the world for yourself as well, because this has been really quite a treat, and we've definitely seen the quality of the concepts show things off level after level in totally different ways. And yeah, Pitch Shifter, in terms of the visibility of things like the Goombas and that level, yeah, very playable overall for a dark level. I mean, we were going at a pretty relaxed pace as well, but the level design encourages that, and I think it worked out just fine. We'll send you folks on to a raid of some sort very shortly as soon as I decide where we are going. It will probably be to someone else running Maker, but we'll take a quick look to see who's available. And then... oh, actually, yeah, no, I've got an idea here, because there was a different game that I also had in mind. That's okay, we'll decide in just a moment, but regardless, thanks for watching, and SDB6 will continue. Join us for a raid in just a moment, but have fun with everything you are doing this weekend, and as always, fare thee well.